Just for your information, did I have to do it all over again? Okay, good. Councillor St. Pierre is online, so we do have quorum. Just
Can you hear me?
we can hear you.
Beauty.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so the first thing is approval of the agenda. Okay, we have Pearson and Bateman. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none, those in favor? Three of us, that's good enough. I don't know what you're voting there. Councillor St. Pierre, but I can't see her. Ah, there you go. Good.
I'll yell if I disagree.
Okay, first thing, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, through the chair to corporate officer. So from now on, we don't need seconders. Is that correct? Because we're in community.
You're correct. Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, so scratch Mr. Bateman's, Councillor Bateman's second. All right, the next order is reports and public input to follow each item. So you'll have an opportunity, and the first up is 4.1, third quarter financial report. Over to staff.
Thank you, Chair. To summarize the report with respect for time today, at 3/4 through the year, the overall operating budget is on track with no surprises. The operating revenues are at 99%, expenses are at 74%, salaries are tracking at 75.5%, and benefits at 67%. Our benefits are considered on an ASO plan, which means administrative services only. That essentially means cost plus an administrative fee. So we do budget for the rates, and then there's always an adjustment at the end of the year to bring it to actual. So we pay essentially for what we use. Salaries are tightening up a little bit for salary budget because we are fully staffed. So we just have to be cautious of any overages. When we are fully staffed, we don't have that extra room as we have in other years. So just budgeting a little more closely and following budgets for overtime and such. Council budget is at 92% expensed, and the payments for community grants and community service agreements have been completed. The Amber Academy and the Sooke Harmony project service agreements are still on our radar to complete in the last quarter of this year. Building permit revenue is currently lower compared to the prior year at 63% of the budgeted amount, or 124,000 less compared to 2023. We still have one additional bigger development. So the Bayshore development, we're still kind of hoping that we'll receive that building permit revenue before the end of the year, which will bring us in line with what was expected for 2024. There has been a $42,000 decrease in firefighter overtime in the first 3 quarters compared to the prior year. So this just shows us moving over to the 24/7 coverage. And with having firefighters here on a 24-hour basis, we've been able to reduce the overtime for firefighter service. The RCMP costs are on track for a surplus. The current utilization of members is 11.37 as of October, and estimating to be at around 100,000 to 120,000 surplus this year. The attachment 2 includes the 2024 capital project status updates. The finance department collects these status updates for each of these reports, and we have each of the project managers here today to answer any specific questions for those projects. The attachment 3 includes a summary of all our grant activity. The current pending grant applications include 2 grant applications for the active transportation grant funding stream and at $500,000 each, and 1 disaster risk reduction for 150,000, which is through our emergency coordinator program, and 1 other grant for a UBCM for asset management totaling $18,489. That's a grant that both GIS and finance are working on together. That concludes the summary of the third quarter financial report. I can answer any questions about the operating budget status, and staff here can answer any specific questions about capital. Thank you.
Councillor Pearson, you have a question.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you for the report. Just a question around the wildfire. Is that reflected in year to date? And did we receive any additional costs as well as any help from our friends in the province?
Yeah, yes, I'm gonna pass this question over to Rose, who has dealt directly with the claim. Just to comment on the expenses in the budget for salary do include the overtime as a result of the wildfire. So that would also attribute to where we're at with the salary expenses, but there is also a recovery for funds received, and I'll let Rose confirm the amount we received to date.
Thank you. Through your worship, all the overtime occurred during the Old Man Lake wildfire, all been approved by the province. Yeah, 100% of the overtime salary and wages. And some associated expenses like the food cost, the for example, some campers were displaced during the wildfire. Those expenses all being reimbursed. Yeah, we don't suffer much loss from
Okay, is a follow-up question? Go ahead.
And does that include us setting up the command center here in the district as well? Any hours that would be associated with that as well?
Yes, indeed, because there's really no rental, there's no capital cost. All the salaries and wages are reimbursed. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good news.
Good. Councillor Bateman, you have anything?
Yeah, I've got
ahead.
just a few questions. I see under the SHMU, under capital projects update, that there's a recommendation to bring the consultant back at a certain cost. So through you to staff, do we really need Urban back in the room with us at whatever hourly rate they're charging? That would be just that's a question.
Oh, that's a question. That's why we have staff.
So yeah, we are bringing the consultant back on November 25th. That's next council.
Okay.
So we've already engaged with them to do that. So yes, we figured their history with the file and just background. I wasn't here for one of the months of preparation as well. So it's just helpful to have them on board here.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think the bottom line there with the question is the staff feels it's necessary to bring them back. Is that correct?
Okay.
Are you okay with that, Mr. Councillor Bateman?
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah, I do have a couple more. I see under, let's see, 2 new SUVs have been purchased by the district. Who was that? The fire department? 2 new SUVs, and at a cost of, I believe, 102,000. 17,000 of which came through ICBC. And then the remaining 85 came from our climate action funding. So did I get all that right through you?
I don't know.
I'm through you to.
Yeah, staff comment on that, please.
Sure, yes, I can comment on that. I was a part of the purchase and also the ICBC claim. So we had a write-off of our building inspector's truck, that old red truck that was in the back. And through that, we were looking at options for to replace it. So we received around 17,000 to replace it. And then we had gone out to market we had in budget, I think roughly 75,000 for the replace or for a new EV vehicle, and we were able to get two for 50,000. So the difference, we'd use the climate action funds. So we had there's a line in operating for climate action initiatives, and this is eligible for those funds. So though it's not, the budget's not in the capital plan, the budget is in the operating budget from climate action funds, but we still keep the expense centralized in one spot. So we're not over budget with this purchase, but through it, we were able to take an old truck off the road and have now two new EV vehicles in the back.
Yeah.
One for the building inspector and one for our operations team.
Okay, thank you. My only comment there is we have 150,000 annually for climate action, and you've taken a third of it and put it into the green fleet, of course, which is a climate action move. However, in my opinion, that 50,000 could be better spent in supporting community groups and others who are doing more direct climate action, and maybe look at used vehicles. Finally, the question, I believe at the previous budget hearings, we heard about speed reader boards that the district was going to purchase for use to control speeding in the district. I wonder where things stand with that, Ms.
Looks like we're getting an
Mom.
answer.
Your Worship, thanks
Go
for
ahead.
the question. Actually, the speed reader boards will be installed by year end. So there's 5 units that are going in that will encourage, one, acquire data to hopefully make streets a bit more pedestrian friendly, and then also track speeds and also track traffic volumes in certain areas. Correct. Fixed.
Okay, Ms. Bagnell, you had something you had your hand up. I assume you want to say something. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to let council know that Councillor McMath is also in the chat here.
Okay, I don't see her on the screen here, so.
Yeah, we can, we'll work on having
Okay.
two.
Does Councillor St. Pierre or McMath have anything to ask of staff at this point?
Not at this time.
Not yet.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now if there's no other questions from, I have nothing at this point. It does say public input follow each item. So I guess at this point in time, we could ask the public. So if anybody from the public would like to comment, this is your time. I'll give you a moment to get your paper straight, but
Thank you. That was a very quick overview, and I thought we were going to get everything to go through it. So that makes it very difficult, actually, to respond to everything. And I appreciate the question that you had, Mr. Bateman. With the climate action plan, I understand that there was only 72,000 budgeted for climate action, but yet we have, as Councillor Bateman pointed out, we bought a vehicle for 50,000. And how far is this going to go? Are we going to replace all our vehicles with EVs? A lot of money. When it could be better spent elsewhere, I believe. And in your strategic plan, you've got under climate action plan to build additional trail infrastructure connectivity, identifying plan for green infrastructure opportunities, improve community emergency and disaster preparedness. These are all kind of vague to me. Prioritize community and corporate strategies to address climate emergency. And in your active transportation, you have what's the active transportation, the cost that's associated with that is the bike lanes and the sidewalks. We're putting in 2, and it also limits traffic flow, as you might see, say, on Jacqueline Road. It's totally limits traffic flow, and now we're going to have that. I did mention that to one of the firemen. This was coming up the stairs because there's no place to go. You've got you've got the cement boulevards and you've got the whatever pegs. And there's a vehicle a fire truck coming at you or an ambulance, doesn't matter. There is no place to go unless you want to smash your car up on a curb. So I think we better be looking at these things. That's a lot of money to spend and putting people at risk. There's so many questions in that first up to page 17. Let me see.
There'll be other opportunities as well as we go through the budget process.
Well,
for
yes,
input.
but are we not going to go through like?
Well, then my understanding, this is just the third quarter financial report.
Just the
shows
financial
where we
report.
are at this point in day. So your questions are limited to that portion of it.
Just to
There'll be
page
budget
17.
questions in the next few months. You'll have ample opportunity to express your concerns, and I look forward to it.
Well, yeah, is there, well, if you don't get the questions now, how do you get the things changed before it comes back? Is,
Well,
or-
the idea of the budget is that it comes to us, they have their wish list. We look at it, the public puts into it, and then we pare it down and come up with something which we could present to the public. So, I mean, we welcome your input to that, but this right now, we're talking about the third quarter financial report to state where we are at this date.
Where we are
based on
today.
last year's budget. And from what I can gather, we're on track. Sort of just barely because we were staffed up now, and that comes at a cost.
right, and
But
revenues
that's a
are
good
down.
thing. I mean, we complained for years that we didn't have the staff. We have the staff now. And from my perspective here is I see things moving a great deal better because we have the staff. So if there's something about this report, then I'd be interested.
I
If
guess-
not, wait till the opportune time.
I guess one of the issues then is if our staff is up to date and we have a lot of staff, why are we using consultants like Urban Systems? That's a big question for me. Over the last
Okay.
5 years, we spent $1 million on Urban Systems and our staffing is way up. So I question using
Yeah,
an
that's,
outside consultant.
but that's a follow-up from what we've been going through for the past year. And we had money allocated for that, and then we're just finishing that off. So going forward, now that we have staff, then council will be asking those questions too.
Right.
When it comes to hiring a consultant, it has to be because staff doesn't have the capability. And that's not the case at the moment. So
I understand, but
yeah,
there was
okay.
the
is
comment.
there
was
any,
made
is there any
November-
questions?
November,
Directed
that
to
we're
them?
going to have that the Urban Systems will be doing another.
They
study
will
for
be
that.
here by the sound of it. Yes. Okay.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Anybody else from the public? Not a whole lot there, but. Okay, so if that's the case, then I'll be, sorry, yes.
Sorry I just wanted to go back to the question before that Councillor Bateman had asked about the budget and clarify the amount of climate action funds that were used for the purchase of the two EVs was $22,000. So there's a typo in the Q3 capital project update that said the variance was 70,000. There isn't. We used it's $70,000 in the capital plan for the budget for the e-vehicle. Then we had 17,570 from an ICBC claim. We're using 22,000 from climate action funds and 10,000 for the electrical upgrade for the EVs to total 119,000. And with that 119,000, we're able to buy two vehicles and do an electrical upgrade and have two new charging stations that are being installed this week in the front parking lot.
Very good. Okay, thank you for that second report on the first report, but that's good news. And thank you for Councillor Bateman for pointing that out because it clarified an error. And that helps us all in the end to get the right information. Okay, is there any other questions? I'm hearing none, so I'm going to entertain a motion. Okay, Councillor Pearson makes that motion.
Sorry, I have a question.
Councillor McMath, I didn't see your hand, but you have the floor.
I was just trying to find say 2 years ago, I think we received it was sort of a vehicle matrix, which had like their sort of like their life plan, how much we were budgeting to put against it in anticipation of new trucks. I was just wondering if we're going to receive a similar breakdown at our regular council meeting.
Councilor McMath, they're pondering. They'll have an answer for you shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Just that, yeah, go ahead. Point of order. You're
I was just curious, in our procedure bylaw, are cameras to be on when people are? I remember in the COVID era, it's always good to see your smiling faces, even if only when you're speaking.
I can't rule on that. I need staff.
Through the chair to Councillor McMath, we have a like I guess it'd be a fleet master plan or fleet plan for the fire department, which details the replacement of the fire trucks. The rest of the fleet is quite smaller. We do have a plan through the 5-year capital plan, but our goal is to further elaborate on that to make that more similar to the fire's fleet plan. We also had recently completed through the climate action reporting. We had a master's student that had completed a fleet replacement plan directly related to EV replacement. So he had actually done the financial plan and a long-term plan to replacing all of our fleet, and also a business case of replacing our fleet with EV vehicles. So yeah, I guess to answer the question is, yeah, we will have more information coming forward. And then the long-term goal is to have a one consolidated fleet plan. But right now we do have the 3 different plans, which will come up through the budget process.
Councilor,
When will we receive those?
and the question is when we receive them. Any estimation, please?
I'd have to check with the fire department as to, I guess we could include theirs with our capital plan this year for budget. I'll check with our communications department for if we can share or what's been shared so far for the EV fleet plan, and then the one for the district vehicles, which is much smaller, we can share that as well with the budget process this year. So we could provide those all with budget deliberations this year. So it'd be either in December or January.
So
That'd be really helpful. Thank you.
okay, thank you very much. Councilor St. Pierre, do you have anything?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor for Councilor Pearson. We do not need a seconder because we're in the cow. So is there any questions to the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please raise their hand or give me some indication. Here we have 2 and myself is 3. And hand up. Good. Okay, that's unanimous. Thanks very much. Okay, got that done. Yay. 4.2, District of Sooke property tax compared to other communities. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Bagger.
Thank you through the chair to council. In accordance with the procedure bylaw, it does not necessarily stipulate that a council member has to have their video on with electronic participation. However, the electronic meeting must be set up in a way in which participants such as residents can see and hear the meeting. So best practice would indicate that any council members participating electronically should theoretically have their video on, but it is not expressly stipulated within the procedure bylaw.
Thank you. Clarified that. Okay, no, that was voted. So now we're on to 4.2, District Sooke property tax compared to other communities. Over to staff.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to show how the district compares to municipalities in BC with populations between 10 and 20,000. This encompasses 22 municipalities in total. To generalize and summarize the results, Sooke is trying to do more with less. We are the 6th largest geographical area and the 6th largest population. However, we are the 6th lowest in total general taxes collected. We're the lowest municipal taxes per capita compared to municipalities between 10 and 20,000 in population. So for today, I wanted to make this report public. I wasn't prepared to present or to go through each of the slides in particular, but I will include these with the budget deliberation process. So similar to last year when we start talking about the total tax impact, and as we go through the budget process, we'll be bringing some of these stats and comparisons through. For today, I'm looking to get any direction or requests from council if you'd like to see this information or additional information or this information in different ways, or if there's anything else you would like to discuss regarding these stats. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that report. I'll go to council now, or the Council Pearson.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you to our finance person for that presentation. What myself personally, what I asked these questions, and I really appreciate this report come back, is the apples to apples, oranges to oranges kind of comparison. So like or similar services that may or may not be included in municipal services with the CRD included, sort of, so that we get that general sense, because people ask that all the time. And, you know, is it misleading? I don't think it is. However, it could just a little bit more succinct of a report that shows it globally. How's that? That's kind of what I'm hoping for. And I appreciate this, and I do think it should be included with our annual budget forecasting and preparations. So thank you.
Councillor Bateman, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I would say the most important of all these graphs might be total taxes paid per average household, figure 8. And that includes all of our tax load, right, on our tax bills, CRDs, School District 62, et cetera.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And we come in at third lowest. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor St. Pierre, I see your name's on the screen. You wish to speak?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, nice to see you.
Yeah.
Councillor McMath, do you have anything to say at this point in time?
I just I had a question, and before that, thank you so much. The infographics are so helpful. In terms of sharing those, will they go in the mail out, and will they also be on boards during the public open house?
Through the chair to Councillor McMath. Yes, we've included these on the storyboards through the budget process, the public process in the summer. And then also, I believe one of these infographics or one or two of them is included in the budget book for 2024. And then I think one of them was also in the mail out with the tax notice as well. But yeah, we commonly will use these throughout the whole process, and will continue to do so unless otherwise directed.
And do you have all of them, or are you just selecting individual ones?
Well, I think the intent is we could include this as an attachment to the budget book, but having it as a separate piece. We're kind of changing or evolving our financial budget book, so the financial plan, so that we can win an award. So I think my intent was to pull this out because it's not one of the criteria that would meet what they're looking for in the book as for it to be award winning. So just keeping it as a separate piece. But yeah, I guess we only have so much space to go with the tax insert. So there is competing space with the mayor's message and other information that we're trying to relay. So that typically we just have room for one of these or to go in the tax insert. But we do make this as public facing as possible throughout the whole process and throughout the budget year.
Do you think you're not going to get the award if you have it in the book?
Yes, I think attached as an extra piece, yes, but I don't think it would meet the criteria inside the book per the requirements of what the standard is.
So I just need a clarification here. This information is available to the public, but it may not be in that book, but it'll be some reference to it so people can look up like these things that we just had presented to us.
Yes, absolutely. I think where you'll see this is just as an attachment, so included as an appendix to the book, but just not inside the content. We may reference one or two of the charts inside the actual book, the same as this year,
Okay.
but then the whole document attached as an appendix to the book.
You catch that, Councilor McMath?
Yeah. What's the benefit of getting the award?
Thank you for the question. Through your worship, from the a municipality that I have worked before. They won the award just about every year. I believe it will give credibility to our financial reporting. If we have the award, I mean, the budget award, the public will put more trust on our budget process and the reports. So.
Thank you. I just, because I'm just trying to weigh out like winning the award versus getting that information out to the public. And typically, like Gen Pop doesn't have the time to go through appendices and look those pieces up. So those infographics are so valuable that way. But the point you just made, this changed my leaning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else from council? Hearing none, the public now has the ability to weigh in on this. So this is district Sooke property taxes compared to other communities. Come on up and just please state your name and roughly where you live. Yes, you do that button right there. There you go.
Great. So my name is Veronica Pemberton. I live in Sun River. I'm really happy for the work you do. And through you, I'd like to also thank the staff. I think it's really great. However, so I don't have the papers in front of me, but I did see the comparison and it's curious to me. First of all, I think taxes per capita is interesting, but not useful because it doesn't place the onus on who actually pays, which is the property owners. And in my loosely assembled group of the people I come in contact with, person after person is concerned about being able to hold on to their house because one of the added burdens is property tax increases. And they really have told me, and this is several people, that if it goes up any higher, they're seriously worried about holding on to their taxes. I have a rancher in Sun River that's quite tiny. And I pay personally the same taxes as my friend in Oak Bay, who has a full house, a lovely garden, and is a block and a half from Willows Beach. So it's curious for me when I look at the average, I believe the accounting, but I'm just saying my property taxes are the same as hers in Oak Bay. We have different services here. We're a rural community. And while I appreciate everyone's work, and I do mean it when I say that, I also say that I assert that in this lovely environment where we're reviewing all this information, we must not lose sight of the bigger picture, which is Canada's economy is on a precipice right now. There is not the richest province in Canada has a lower standard of living than the poorest state in the US, which is Mississippi. We are smaller than that. And during the height of the Soviet Union, the government occupied 50 to 70% of the economy. The government occupies 60% of our economy. The only part of our economy is growing is government. And this last year in BC, there was a 450% increase in business bankruptcies, which is after the extraordinary failure of COVID, where all these businesses went bankrupt. So after that, to have a 450% increase is devastating. So I really request that there be a hard line. I don't care where Sooke falls in that, because frankly, no offense, you can do anything with statistics. My dad used to say there's 3 forms of lies: statistics, and damn statistics. So, you can do anything with this. We need to have an absolute freeze and look at every line item. It would be great if we could cut the government of Sooke. It would be great, but I don't anticipate we're going to be able to do that. But I think and it doesn't matter where we fall because we're all in the boat going over the cliff. So I think Sooke should be a leader in this and say, under no circumstances should we be increasing property taxes this year. And my last comment would be about the budgeting process. And I appreciate all the work people do. I've seen the stickers that go up, what would you like? And I talked to someone here who's very lovely, Christina. When I talked to her about taxes, she said, isn't that interesting? We've never had anyone complain about that. That's because we're not asking that. I filled out the survey for Sea Park. There's no ask about, do you feel your property taxes are so high? There's, what would you like? Well, I'd like a pony and I'd like a new piano and I'd like all these things. But nevertheless, we need to really take to heart the people that are paying this, and they're struggling. Unemployment's going up. And I know in Ontario, I don't have the figures for BC, and it's the last thing I'll say, foreclosures are increasing by 200 or 300%. It's not pretty for people that have to pay this. And I'd like Sooke to be an example about freezing property taxes and figuring out how we make it fit within that. So thank you.
Anybody else? Let's see. Please state your name again, please.
Ellen Lourdes. Veronica pretty much covered it. But I do want to say about the process, the budget process with the stickers. That has got to go. That has got to go. Because there's questions on there and the questions are made up by staff, whatever. And you put a sticker on there. You give somebody a handful of stickers, they go and they put the handful on whatever. Children, go put a sticker on. But what's the cost attached to that? It's like your child says, I would like to have that. Well, how much is going to cost? But we're not doing that. And I agree with what Veronica said there. There's, the cost isn't attached. It's all the once, but that's not right. I do have some friends in my neighborhood there who have waterfront property who can't afford the taxes. So they have to subdivide. They can't afford the taxes. They've been there for a long time, and it's sad to see that kind of thing happening. It's because of the taxes. We have to stop somewhere, stop work and start cutting. It's ridiculous, some of the things. We can't just keep acting like we're Oak Bay, because we're not. And comparisons as well with all the different municipalities. It isn't apples to apples, I don't think, because they have different amenities. They have different, more roads. They have different things than what we have. So we can't compare our taxes with theirs. Like Veronica said, you can, in Sun River, you might be paying the same taxes as Oak Bay in the end. So I think we really have to look at this a little closer and really cut where we can, because do we need it or do we just want it? And that's why I'm saying, even with putting the bike lanes and all that, do we really need that? We have all these bike paths. Do we need to put bike lanes? What's the cost of doing that? And painting them, not upkeeping. And those are all important things. When I was on the incorporation committee, I remember when you put in a road, it's what's the cost of maintaining each lane. When you put in a road, it means 3 lanes, not 2, 3 lanes. So what is the cost of maintaining? I don't know what it is now, but each lane that's put in, there's a cost. Now, when you put in a bike lanes, you have to paint those lanes, sidewalks, etc. And when you put in lights, what's the cost of the lights? Because as I've watched over the years with the budget, with our electricity costs go like that. And then also things like putting in lights that are the in thing in certain areas, but they're also very costly to replace the bulbs and to get at them. So we have to look at a lot of things. Being a farmer and raised on a farm and being in business all my life, always you have to watch the pennies. You do have to watch the pennies. And I've been in some of the toughest business, like gas business and restaurant business and farming, three toughest ones. So you really have to watch the pennies, and I'd like us to start doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Herb Haldane, Otter Point Road. The other thing with apples to apples is the tough thing with our taxes in this municipality is that we don't pay. In Oak Bay, I think they get garbage included and their sewer generation charge is part of their taxes. In Sooke, we pay close to $1,000 for a sewer generation charge, more if you have a suite. And then you also pay garbage on top of that. So to try and balance it all out, I mean, where would that Sun River tax be in comparison in reality to the Oak Bay one? The other thing, of course, is the commercial component, which in Sooke, we're over 90% residential tax base and less than 10% commercial. So maybe the focus should be on getting this commercial up and working and off the ground, which we desperately need. Anyway, that mall behind the post office should have been built years ago. We need to find a way to facilitate that, make it happen one way or another. There's a huge tax base there that could offset these costs for residents. And there's a bunch of commercial property in the town core here that's looking for redevelopment. I know pre-zoning has always still been an issue because staff always wants to have their kick at the can and what they can get, but we have amenity policies and stuff we can put in place to be able to grab whatever we need. We seem to be doing it anyway. So maybe somehow we can get the commercial end going because we desperately need a place for people to shop and go. It's not just in the town core where all the traffic issues are happening. So get that one behind the post office up and running and bring in the hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in taxes we're looking for. Anyhow, thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else in the public? So did you have a comment, Councillor Bateman? I
just had a
I
quick-
will allow it.
A quick question regarding that point around per capita versus tax portfolios in terms of statistical measures. So through you to Mr. Curry.
Sure. I'm not sure exactly the question. You want what the difference between the two, or what would it be a better base for a measurement?
These are total average taxes per average household. So that is not per capita, because that is based on.
Whichever counselor is speaking needs to turn their microphone on. I can't hear you.
Thank you. So the question then, total taxes paid per average household is not a per capita measure.
That's correct. That's not a per capita measure.
And would that include rental households or
That would
strictly?
That would include all residential properties with a single family home. So the total general municipal taxes on Vancouver Island, for instance, I do have that stat included. Oak Bay for general municipal taxes is just under 5,000 per average household. So their average household is different than ours, but the average household in Oak Bay pays 5,000 to the municipality compared to Sooke, which pays 1,758. It's not apples to apples. It's not the same. Yes, the services are different. Some may include recreation, some may not. Some may have a different model for police services. Some may also pay 70% of police services. The figure that I included in the report is on figure 11, which includes just the types of expenses for each municipality that has been included. Excuse me. And that just provides a better idea of what services are included, like general government sewer services. So sewer is on there. I took solid waste out just so that the comparison of total revenue collected did not include solid waste. So that just showed where Sooke ranks in terms of total cost of services. So what we're collecting for each of those services. So yeah, I agree. It's not apples to apples because not every municipality is the same based on a lot of variables. But the general message from this report is that we are collecting less taxes than everyone else, and we're trying to do more because we have a bigger geographical area to cover. We have a higher amount of roads to maintain, and we're doing it for less.
Just for the public's consideration, we asked that staff come back with a more detailed report because we are aware that it is hard to compare these communities population wise because there's different needs. Like you say, some have garbage included. We pay garbage separately. You just say, I'm not taking anybody else yet, please. So I just want to give a little bit of an explanation is that we asked for this to try and get a better understanding of where it sits. When it comes to giving the public information, our job is to get as much out to them as possible so they can make the choices. That's why we want to make sure that this is available to the public because you're the ones that end up paying the taxes. But the bottom line is we still have a town to run and we take these, what you say to heart, and we have a hard look at it. We're all very conscientious people up here, and we will have a look, but we still have to turn the wheels of our community. And sometimes it takes money. And unfortunately, as Mr. Haldane says, we don't have a very large industrial base commercial base in order to get the taxes. So we're working on it. That's why we have an economic development officer. We're having hard looks at it, and we're trying to get there, but it's not an easy matter. And we just want to make sure that the taxpayer has as much information out there as they possibly can before they get loaded. And we are aware people are struggling, and we're going to do our utmost best to get the best bang for your buck for this community. So I will allow you to come up a second time. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
It was a question about the per household. Is
Sure.
that just because there was a graph that said per capita, then there's a graph that says per household, and I don't have it in front of me. Is the per household, does that mean per assessment? Like I'm a household because I have a
Yeah.
home here? Or does it mean like we group people into a household and it could be a renting household? I wasn't clear about that.
I'm not sure. I will put that question to staff.
Yes, because I'd like to know like per tax paying
Could ask staff answer that
household,
question to
you
the
know,
CAO,
that it
please.
doesn't include people
Yeah,
that might
okay,
be.
I'll ask that question.
Great, thank you so much.
Sure, through the chair to the gallery. The house value is calculated using the assessment values of single-family residential properties from BC Assessment divided by the single-family residential occurrence count. So they take the actual occurrence count of single-family residential properties divided by the value. So this is a stat that BC Assessment provides across the province for municipalities. So it's called the representative value. This is a very common figure that BC Assessment uses for each municipality. It's based on the occurrences of single family properties. So it does include it would include one house. It would not include a house and a suite. So it would not count the two
Right,
dwellings. It would
once
count the
again,
one.
we're apples and oranges, and but you know, I think for myself, and I'll comment on it. I understand that we'll never ever get to an equality of comparing things to Oak Bay and us, but it just gives us an idea. So that's what I'd be interested in. Just that. Nope, you're okay. No, it's yeah. That's your second time. So okay, get a clarification. All right.
I'm just still not clear because I keep going in my mind. My taxes are, if on my memory, about $4,000 on a rancher in Sun River. That means all these double and triple story houses are going to be substantially more taxes than I do. If the average is 1,700, I'm trying to think. So are there lots of people like did I misread that the per household was 1,700? Did you say that? So I'm trying to think.
I don't want an argument between staff and
No,
yourself.
I just
Directed
want to
to
make
me.
sure I understood that correctly, that the per household was 1,700. In my mind, I'm trying to calculate. That means there's a lot of homes to get an average of that. When I'm thinking Sun River, there's a lot of homes that are like paying a couple of hundred. I just can't, it doesn't make sense to me on the gut value
I'll ask for,
calculation.
another clarification.
Great,
and,
thank you.
I'm not an expert in this.
Exactly. Not
I'm
really, I'm just
relying on
gut
staff.
calculation.
So staff, can you answer that question?
Yes, we're talking about the general municipal taxes. This is the taxes that stay here, cover fire, police, administration, parks. We're not talking about school taxes, BC Assessment, the regional district. So we have a couple of stats here. One of them includes all the total taxes. So Councillor Bateman had referred to that earlier, which is a higher value. So this is just general municipal taxes. So I'm talking the 1,700 is just your taxes that stay here. The same thing with the comparison to Oak Bay. That was the general municipal taxes for Oak Bay were just short of 5,000 per household, per average household. So that's the comparison there, but it's just the taxes for general municipal operations.
So your tax bill of $4,000 includes the CRD and all you look at your tax bill, and I think ours is about half of that. Half of that goes to us, and that's what they're comparing it to. The other half of those ones that the CRD charges us and the Juan de Fuca Parks and Rec and all that sort of stuff. So you're comparing this number, and they're doing a smaller comparison of just those taxes that go to our core functions like fire, police and all that. sort of stuff.
Okay, here's my thing. I don't
Well,
know how
I
this
think-
works.
I
But
think
does Oak Bay pay CRD? Don't they run their things? It really does
they have their own
appear.
recreation center.
Well,
Each of-
that's why I'm thinking the comparison is so misleading to say Oak Bay
Well,
pays this and we're,
Unfortunately, just, I'm gonna cut you off now because
Okay.
unfortunately,
it.
what happens is we're not into that, apples and apples. Every
Yes.
municipality is different, so it's a little difficult for you to come up and decide whether you're to compare them because it's not easy and I don't see any answer to it because every municipality is different. Oak Bay, their own rec, they have their own garbage collection and things and of
Okay.
course. So.
I understand, sir.
okay.
And listen, I appreciate that. But here's my fundamental complaint. Those statistics are profoundly misleading.
Okay.
Because it puts Sooke like, aren't we doing
Ma'am,
great?
that's your opinion and we appreciate you coming and explaining that. Some people may feel differently to it, but I do appreciate your input. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Lures, you were coming up for the second time, correct?
Thank you. Ellen Lors, I just wanted to say too, what's profoundly different in Sooke compared to Oak Bay, that we have agricultural land, we have ALR land, we have farm status, and we have forestry. So those taxes are much lower, so it makes it appear as though we're paying less on the average than Oak Bay, because Oak Bay doesn't have ALR land, they don't have farm status, well, some lots might
many.
have, and they don't have forestry. So that really changes. So it is apples to oranges. So that's really significant. Yeah, and I agree with the CRD as well, that we're paying, and the hospital and all those kind of things are added on, but that's per capita costs. It's based on per capita. So yes, our taxes are much higher than what is for households than what's being shown here. And I think that's a discrepancy.
I think we understand that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Haldane for a second time.
So one other thing, I don't know if we've considered it as a district either. So we've got our building bylaws and so on. We got people, and it just brought up there that somebody who pays a suite pays more money. So based on value of the house, I'm guessing, and the usage of our infrastructure system. But we've been building duplexes now probably for close to 10 years, all with suites in them. It's not legal to do that. Our building department overlooks it. So now we're doing that. It's a normal way of doing business. So we literally have hundreds of duplexes in Sooke with suites in them. Are they paying a sewer generation charge? Are they paying their fair share of taxes? Are they compensating for the fact that they have this in place? And we've been allowing it under permit with the District of Sooke. So we're of course saying that it's okay, but are we collecting the monies and the fees? Because it is contradictory to our bylaw. The province says you can do it. Building code says you can do it, but we haven't adopted that into any bylaw system yet. So it's not illegal to do it if you look at it through a government, provincial or federal, but according to our own bylaws, it's against our bylaws and against our rules to do it. So they are renting them out. They're making money because lots of them are rental units. Are they paying their fair share? So that may be something we could look into, because you're also asking a builder who's paying for a suite and paying for a house to be built to compete with somebody who may or may not be paying the same fees.
We're aware of that, and
Okay.
I thank you for bringing that up because it is something that sticks in my mind as well. So
Appreciate it.
for
Thank
that.
you.
Okay, I think that's it for the public. I guess I'll entertain a motion. Okay, Councillor Bateman, that the committee of the whole recommend that council receive the district suit property tax compared to other communities for information. That is the motion. Any discussion to the motion? Don't see any hands up. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3 here. St. Pierre McMath, hand to hand. Thanks very much for that. Okay, that is passed unanimous. Okay, budget 2025 service level overview presentation. Ms. Bagel?
Pardon me, I'm just wondering if council would like to take a break before we head into our presentation. It is lengthy, so now would be the time.
Council, two not here, they're a break anytime. For a half here, would you like to take a break or you want to just charge ahead? Charge ahead. Thank you.
Can we please have a break? Because although you say we can leave anytime, we don't actually do that, so.
5 minutes? You want a
Sounds
break?
good.
Okay. 5 minute break. We'll be back here quarter after. Thanks, everybody. Oh, 5 after. I'm looking at the wrong hand. Okay.
Okay.
let's come back. We've got 5 minutes up. 2 minutes, okay. Okay, we'll call it back to order. Next order is business is budget 2025 service level overview presentations. Over to staff. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just gonna start us off here quickly. I assume they're pulling up the PowerPoint any second here. Yep. Then I will finish off with the presentation on the Administrative Services Department after. So service level overview. So this session marks the next step in our 2025 budget discussions, following up on what we heard last week. Members of our leadership team are here to give you an overview of our current service levels, aligned with the district's strategic plan, and informed by the feedback we received from the community during our annual budget engagement process. Today's focus is to provide context to our services and allow space for initial discussions and questions about each service area without diving too much into the weeds at this stage yet, or in the numbers yet. We will, however, highlight current deliverables, any legislative requirements, and introduce potential service level considerations that will fit within our strategic plan, and also with the community budget input we received during the year. The goal for today is to start the conversation on refining our levels of service. And today's discussion will help us prepare our initial budget book, which council will receive in December from information only. And then time for deliberation for the budget has been set aside for a full day session in January. Obviously, subject to change, we can do more meetings if more meetings are needed, but every year, as you know, and the community may know, we're trying to refine this process and make it as useful and efficient and the best use of everyone's time when they're here. So that's what we're going to try to do this year, is do a session in January where obviously the community can come and council will be here to gather all that information. And the idea of giving just for information only at December is to just give council time to digest the content, and not feel like they're rushed through this process, because as community members are pointing out, it's difficult. Increasing taxes is a difficult process. And so we want to make sure that council is understanding what the value for dollars that are coming with any tax increases, and the value for the services that the community currently receives for their tax dollars. After the January 20th session, we'll incorporate any adjustments as directed by council, and then bring forward a refined budget to start the readings process. And as we all know, refining the budget is not an easy task, but we're looking forward to working with council on crafting a budget that meets the needs of the community while remaining mindful of our fiscal constraints and affordability to taxpayers. So I'll just introduce this slide here and then hand it over to the first department. So the plan for today is to allow approximately 10 minutes for each service area, which will include a presentation followed by a question and answer period for that service area. As we proceed with the presentations, I invite council to reflect on what resources are needed to succeed with our strategic focus areas. And with that, as you'll see, there's a listing of the departments here. So all of these departments will be presenting some things. Some will be shorter than others, obviously, depending on the volume of services they provide directly or indirectly to the community here. But with that, I'm happy to hand it over to our Staff Sergeant Greg Wilcox, who's going to talk about the RCMP policing services.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. And happy to be here to report for the Sooke detachment. So I'll get right into it. We just have a few topics we're going to go over: service area overview, some key stats, the current budget forecast and policing forecast, and also at the end just some budget considerations for the new upcoming budget. So as a reminder, for our service area overview, the Sooke detachment consists of 16 municipal policing officers, which is 72% of our workforce, and 6 provincial policing officers. Those provincial policing officers don't cost Sooke anything, but it is a net benefit to Sooke because at the end of the day, you still have some additional boots on the ground. All these positions right now are uniform positions, and from our last year's budget increase to the policing services, there's some additional services that are going to happen. The first one is going to be our investigation unit, which is greatly needed here as we are a growing community. And as a reminder, that investigation unit is going to be dealing with investigating major case or major crime incidences, along with dealing with prolific offenders, drug use, the more serious stuff that happens, because those investigations do take longer and they require a lot longer for things like disclosure in the court process and whatnot. The next one is our 24-hour policing implementation, my apologies, which will be imminent. I don't have an exact date for when that's going to happen, but at the next quarterly council meeting, I'm hoping that I'll be able to deliver good news and say we're online for that. So you've seen this before, but for the members of the public that haven't, these are Sooke detachment priorities for the fiscal year 2024-2025. Enhanced road safety. We target impaired and aggressive and distracted drivers. Crime reduction, which is safe streets and our prolific offenders, accountability and good governance for the detachment to be more integrated into the community where we can be. Obviously, our members and their wellness is very key. If we don't have that, we just don't have an effective policing service. And reconciliation, relationship, and trust building with our Indigenous communities. So here's some key stats. Just for an overview, the metrics are from April 1st to September 30th. I picked that because that's just simply the fiscal year. But in that fiscal year, we've had 2,360 calls for service at the Sooke detachment. 74 impaired drivers were caught, which is, at my last quarterly report was, we were quite happy with. We showed a number of impaired graphs. 267 Motor Vehicle Act tickets or warnings were written in that 6-month period. 58 foot patrols at Ed McGregor Park and Sooke Shelter. And I will say with these stats, they tie in with our annual performance plan from the previous slide. 114 curfew checks under the prolific offender program. This is very important because when we have people that are in the community out on house arrest or they're on some sort of curfew, it's important that we have eyes on them at all times. And that's exactly what we've been doing. And our community events as well. We have a couple coming up, Cram the Cruiser, which is December 4th from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. And Coffee with a Cop, we've just finalized, which I was happy to put in here, is January 16th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And we're hoping to see everybody out there for that.
What's Cram the Cruiser?
Just, give a little explanation. I got an idea, but
sorry. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I know I'm on a time limit, so I'm kind of flying through things, but essentially, we're going to be out in front of the Whole Foods with our police truck, maybe 2 or 3, depends on how things go. And we're going to stuff it full as many groceries as we possibly can and give it to the food bank. So the food bank is involved. We're very happy about it. I've done it for years and years, and I don't know if it's happened here before, but we're going to do it. So it'll be good.
All right, good. Thank you.
So for the budget plan, the current 5-year plan has 18 approved positions in 2025 and 19 coming in 2026. So this is the approved the new officer positions that was approved the last budget cycle. So the vacancies that we have, unfortunately, this is a very stressful job. So if people are off on stress leave or sick leave, or perhaps MAT or PAT or whatever it may be, the vacancies are going to help with those funding gaps. So that's where that surplus will come from. I have a full detachment right now, but I don't have everybody working because there are people that are off work for various reasons. So the budget for this is going to be the way that's budgeted is one officer per year. So there is going to be a gap there where we have, for example, this fiscal year, we have 18 approved positions, but it's only budgeted for 16. I'm going to fill that gap with the vacancies that we have, because if we have an officer that's off, the municipality and the taxpayers do not pay for that position. So we offset it because they're not actually working in the community. So that's where that surplus typically comes. So we anticipate that because this next fiscal year, we're going to have a gap of 3 positions, that the surplus is going to be lower because it's harder for the next couple of years, because it's going to be harder to fill those, because now it's a 3-position gap. But it is something that we can do and we can work with. And it's very important because that's how we get to not only just 24-hour policing sooner, but that's also how we build the police force a little bit quicker than maybe we necessarily would. So just some quick stats here, why we're doing this. I believe I showed this chart before, but it's just an anticipated population trend chart in Sooke. This is based off of the last census from 2021. And we included for this particular measure as a compounding rate of growth of 3.5%, which was what the last census was. Obviously, these numbers could be adjusted higher or lower depending on what the next census says, but it gives you a general idea that Sooke is growing. We all see the construction that's happening around here, and Sooke is growing. That was part of the reasons why we're having an increased police presence or increased officer positions in the community to attribute for this. So, and I want to bring this chart up as well. This is the police per population ratio. And I started back from, it's hard to see the officer level. My apologies for that. I'll use a different color next time. But I started back from 2021, where the first 2021 to 2023 was the discussion and then the approval of 5 new municipal policing positions. You'll see that for every 1 police officer in 2021, there is 1,160 people. It was a very, very high ratio, and this was presented to council before. The provincial average is 785, and the area average, basically the CRD, is 811. Now, it stayed around there up until 2023, and you can see it starting to come down. So in 2024, we're at 1 for 1,045 with the 2 additional positions. And then in 2025, we're at 1 for 961. Important to note for this, that the population growth from my last slide is also reflected in here. So I'm not using 2021 numbers. So I'm using the anticipated population of what it is in 2024, for example, based off of the compounding rate of growth. So we get to a low of 1 officer for every 943 people. It's still above the provincial average, but it's a lot better than what it was before. And then the back half of the decade trends a little bit up. So just some quick considerations for this, just from what we heard from the public. There was generally high satisfaction in policing services, and it's one of the higher priorities for the 23 issues we heard from the public in the report. So here's some budget considerations. ECOM is going to be a budget item for the 2025 budget year. VIMQ expansion is going to be coming. This is something that I certainly support in case we have a serious incident such as a homicide. The approximate cost for this last I saw was $350,000, and it acts as an insurance policy for the community. If we don't have something like this, if there is a homicide that occurs, and these are quite expensive, and it costs, say, $2-3 million, the city of Sooke is on the hook for that. With the inclusion of Sooke being in VIMQ, even if a homicide did occur and say it costed $3 million, just for argument's sake, that's not a line item that's Sooke will have to pay for because we're included in the program. So think of it as like insurance. You only have to pay the premium, but you don't have to actually pay the entire bill for the damages. And that's it. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, council, first of all, questions? All right, Council Bateman.
Yeah, no real questions, but I guess what you're giving us an early warning that with this pop to cop ratio, we're going to have to keep hiring as the community keeps growing. It's effectively what we're hearing, starting in 2028, looks like.
The community is certainly growing, and it is something that I think it's important to bring to council's attention. Obviously, it won't be a discussion for this year or next year, but it's just something to be aware of, because Sooke is growing so quickly. And again, like I said, those numbers can be adjusted. If they're lower than what those are, then we need less officers. But if they're higher, then we might need more. But because I don't want to be caught necessarily like flat-footed, because at the end of the day, we ride on the backs of the officers that I have already. And if it becomes a safety issue with them, but it also becomes a big public safety issue, because at the end of the day, we just won't be able to provide those core policing services if our and that's just one metric, right? But it's just a way to show that, if there's not enough police and we have, say we go up to 25,000 people, it just becomes that public safety concern.
Yeah, go ahead, Council Pearson, and I have some questions too.
Okay. Yeah, two questions, and thank you for the presentation. Two questions. How are we trending with the growth in the other areas that you support? Like you're focusing that growth is the Sooke's growth. What about the Wanna-Fuca electoral area and Port Renfrew and Jordan River? How's that comparing, and how are you doing officer wise in that area?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Thank you for bringing that up. So I just put a business case in for additional provincial policing officer. As a detachment commander, my job is to offset the costs as much as I possibly can for Sooke. So I run all my vacancies on the municipality side. That's how we get the surplus at the end of the day. And I'm very aggressive with that as well. In regards to the Wanna-Fuca area, last year, I reported at another council meeting that we did get 2 additional officers. I'm asking for 2 more for a total of 8. When I first got here, we had 4, then we have 6. Now I'm hoping to get 8, because I believe that there's a shortage in the provincial area as well. So I don't have the stats in front of me, but I believe the Wanna-Fuca area is about 6,000 people, and we have 6 police officers. So the ratio is 1 for 1,000, which is, it's okay, but I want to get it down to 1 to 800. But also what I'm saying, when we transition to 24-hour policing, I want 2 provincial constables on each watch. So in theory, logistics may not dictate this, but in theory, we can have them deal with the provincial side areas and the municipal just deal with Sooke. But it is growing. To answer your direct question, it's growing out there, and I want to keep up with that growth.
Paul?
Just, yeah, and thank you. Just, and I guess that's my question is, we have to be cognizant of that because we are cost sharing. I mean, the command center is here and you're wearing that. So thank you. And the other question I have was back to I think it's the second slide. Can we go backwards on that? So.
Yes, of course. Just say when.
Yeah, it's right to it's your priorities. I just want to go back to your, priorities for 2024. That's it. So this now, how do you come up with these priorities? I know you talked quickly there. So is this, what's your heartburn on this list? I guess how I would say it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So typically with these aren't something that I can say unequivocally, these aren't something that we just, think up and put in there. So there was a council meeting that I had, I believe it was earlier in the calendar year. I can't remember the exact one. And I'm going to be doing this again, probably in February or March. I want to say, but asking for council's opinion about what our priorities should be. Now, these priorities were similar to what we had the previous year, but I remember that coming from this council, and Mayor Tate when she was here as well, a couple of them were the impaired drivers and the enhanced road safety. I remember Constable Bateman speed, and also the community involvement as well. So with the speed one as well, specifically the last meeting that we had, we talked about the citizens on patrol, which we finally were able to implement, which helps towards that. And I wanted to provide the stats here, which was one of the other ones of like specifically how many tickets we are writing or warnings, right? That doesn't include impaired drivers, but so this is very much community driven. I'm going to come in a couple months and ask if council would still like these priorities and where we can go from there. But I also speak with our other partners as well.
Okay, Councillor Bateman.
No, okay.
Councillor McMath and St. Pierre, anything?
No, thank you.
All good.
Okay, I just have just a few quick ones. The cameras that are coming, do you know when we're going to get them in this detachment here in Sooke? The body cameras?
They should be coming soon. I don't have an exact date, but I can say we are making improvements at the detachment to house them.
Okay, and there's a great deal of discussion about the logistics needed to support those cameras. Would that be in our detachment here, or would that be done on a sort of a regional basis?
I don't have all the answers, but I'll try to answer it as best I can. From my understanding, the logistics from the detachment's point of view is we just need an area for them, which we can accommodate. In terms of the storage, from my understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected if I'm incorrect on this, but the server system is very similar to our in-car camera system, where it's uploaded to a centralized database, and then if we need that for court or whatever it may be, we just simply download it from there. So we don't have to house the internal server system because that's a lot of like hard drives, and there's a lot of air conditioning, cooling systems that are associated with those. So we don't have that, which would be a large capital cost if we had to house that. And
the last one, maybe not quite the last, but recently an integrated police unit that we're in this, and we're losing Central Saanich and Langford out of those three programs that we are in. What sort of budget impact would that have for you? I know it's hard to determine, but with Langford pulling out of those programs, we have the core city, and then we have this big gap, and then us. And I know it wasn't a big, we only had a couple of calls a year using those services, missed, and I can't remember the other two. I got them here. You see what change you see in the detachment there? Can we pick up the slack, or is it not much slack to pick up?
Yeah, the other one would be MCERT. That's our mental health team.
Yes, correct.
For lack of a better term. And the other one is
domestic violence.
Yeah, and then the other one is essentially our traffic unit.
Yeah.
So with the mental health team, and from my understanding, I don't speak for obviously Central Saanich or West Shore, but they created their own program for that. So they're pulling out, and they have their own resources that they're putting towards that. I know West Shore, I'm not sure about Central Saanich actually, but it is an integrated unit, so it will affect the budget. We don't utilize them necessarily a lot, but there won't be an interruption of service, but I don't have what the final budget would be for the following year, but there's additional meetings that are coming
I'd
up.
be looking to something from you in the future on that, because it was quite alarming to hear that these other partners are pulling out. Because my feeling is that we're stronger when we pull together on those sort of things, and for a small group of the CRD, it's quite a burden on us. We don't have the ability to assign officers full time to these things. So I was just interested in the future when you come back on that. And the last thing is coffee with a cop. Wonderful idea. I sat in that one you had last year. It was great. You got beat up pretty good, but you do have the body armor, so it's good. I'm looking forward to that. So that's all I have.
Looking forward to see you there.
Now go to our corporate officer. Do I ask for the public input on each one of these, or just at the very end?
Thank you through the chair. At the end.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for that presentation. We have no other questions for you, and you can stay and hear all the other things, or I'm sure you might have other important things to do, but thank you for that presentation.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, over to staff next. Oh, the fire department. Always love the fire department.
Good afternoon. I'm pleased to present the overview for the Sooke Fire Rescue and Emergency Program Services and share some updates on the progress we've made this year. Before we dive into it, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the survey for budget surveys and community engagement, and the feedback we received was overwhelmingly positive and reflects the high standards that we've been able to maintain thanks to council support. Your commitment to making difficult budget decisions has allowed us to acquire equipment, apparatus, and staffing to keep our community safe. Here's a snapshot of how we stand for staffing at this time. Right now, we have 16 career staff, and of that 16, 11 of them are suppression. One is fire prevention, who also is our fire smart coordinator, one admin assistant, 2 chief officers, and 1 emergency program manager. Alongside them, we also have 25 paid on call members, and we're thankful that we're going to be getting 8 new recruits starting in January. This year, we have also responded to, as you can see, 1,310 calls for service to date, with the average response time is just over 6 minutes. And for reference, that 6-minute response time is almost a full minute faster than last year. So having staff in-house is actually working for us.
I'm just going to pause there for a minute and just reflect on that, because that's when we went to 24/7. That's a stat proving that that minute can save a life. So thanks. Okay, carry on. Sorry.
The past year has been pivotal for our department as we've been taking steps to align with the recommendations of the Fire Master Plan. In 2024 here, we have brought on a fire inspector and who is a life safety educator, and he manages our Fire Smart program, as well as an emergency program manager. The additions of this have allowed us to refocus our efforts on the recommendations made by the Fire Master Plan. A significant change to our industry has been the introduction of the new Fire Safety Act. This legislation is putting some more requirements on the fire department, and it's also giving us more powers to and authority to manage the emergencies, but it also gives us a risk-based approach for inspections, and we can adjust frequency based on the level of risk for those buildings. We're also in the final stages of closing out our 2024 Fire Smart Grant and preparing the next cycle to covering 25 and 26. As we move through out of wildfire season, we'll be shifting our focus to inspections, public education, and prevention. For capital projects for 2025, will be aimed at enhancing our fire service readiness. First, we'll be continuing with our major emergency operations plan with consultant support. This plan was initiated in 2024 and will require some more effort to be completed. We also had to defer the update for the fire underwriter service survey, and until the spring of 2025 due to staffing transitions. We'll be keeping this survey is an important and essential survey to do to make sure that we're keeping up with the services that were required by the fire department. Another major project was the replacement of engine 2. This is moving along from the approved part of the 2023 budget, and we expect delivery of that truck in 2026. Also, we're looking at a partnership with wastewater facility to address some confined space rescue requirements following work safe guidelines that were given to wastewater. This project will involve some specialized training for the fire department and some procurement of specific rescue equipment. We also have a routine project for critical equipment replacement. This is an annual initiative that allows us to keep our tools up to date with minimal downtime. We are also looking at a grant. We applied for a grant through UBCM to fund upgrading gear lockers. This will help us update the standards for decontamination, proper storage of our personal protective equipment like turnout gear. And finally, we're also exploring grants to secure an electric vehicle for shared use for the fire inspector and the emergency program manager. If approved, this would support our sustainability goals while meeting the department's transportation needs. On to the emergency program. Our emergency program is in full development with compliance with the new Emergency and Disaster Management Act, and is our primary focus. We're making significant updates to our major emergency operations plan to align with the EDMA requirements. As part of this effort, we're continuing a hazard vulnerability assessment. This assessment will identify the most pressing risks in our community so we can prioritize resources effectively. In terms of our emergency plan, we're focusing on 4 main areas. Strategic emergency program planning, which is laying out the long-term goals for the emergency program. Response planning, developing a tailored response plan based on identified community hazards. Mitigation plan, which is working to reduce vulnerabilities where we can. And the business continuity plan, ensuring essential services continue without disruption during emergencies. We have a lot ahead of us. We're very fortunate to have a dedicated team working hard to ensure our community's safety and readiness. In closing, I want to emphasize our commitment to the community's safety is at the heart of everything we do. We're excited about these ongoing projects and are confident in our ability to meet the challenges ahead. We thank you for your time and support. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Questions? Go ahead, Councilor Pearson. Put your mic on.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I always ask the same question every year. How are we doing on our building code response time?
Building code response time.
So, yeah, we have a 10-minute and
yes, okay.
10-minute response time to everybody.
So our response time is down to 6 minutes, as I said there, but that's for 2 people. So our minimum staffing on the first vehicle is only 2 people at this time. With the long-term staffing plan that council is committed to over the next few years to get us to 16 suppression members, we should be able to get closer to that minimum of 4-man on an engine.
Okay.
So we're not quite there yet, but we're definitely working towards it.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, just follow, yeah, no, and I'll remind you of that every year because
I'm sure you will.
because it's been going on for about 10 years now.
Well,
the second question is and I know it's not really in your strategic plan, but the medical aid calls, which is a big percentage of what you do.
Yeah.
Is there any relief from that? And it's not, I know you can't answer that question, through the chair to you.
Yeah.
In your strategic plan, how do you identify medical costs that are well handled by the fire department, but I'm, of the opinion it's downloading from the province, but anyway.
Yeah. So on average, our calls to date are up approximately 10% year over year for the exact same day from the stats I looked at. Of that, it's approximately 60% of our calls, 60 to 65% is medical. That stat hasn't changed. Even though our call volume is going up, we're not doing a higher percentage of medical calls. All of our calls across the board are the same as far as percentage wise. So we're not seeing any changes that way. We are in the process of reassessing all the calls that we go to. It's one of my things that I'm been tasked to do right now. So we'll be reassessing what calls we're going to, making sure that the public is getting the best bang for their buck and that we're being the safest we can be. And we're not missing anything.
All right, okay, thank you, Councilor Pearson. Councilor Bateman.
Yeah, thanks for that presentation. So 2 new firefighters next year. Gets you up to 18.
18 full staff, but that's only, so actually that number is a little misleading because it's actually 1.5 for this year because we had some extra money from overtime, I believe. So one of the guys got hired half a year early. He got hired in June.
Okay.
So there's one new one coming on in the new year.
All right.
So that will get us to 12 on the suppression. So that's why I broke it down, because the number 16 is misleading. Those guys are not all the people that go to calls. So
right. Okay.
So we'll be at 12 as of next year.
Okay. All right. And 12, and you're seeking ultimately for the ideal 24-hour service. That would be 4 platoons of 4 officers each.
Yeah, and to get to 4, I mean, council, I believe, is committed to 16 over the next few years. So ideally, we'd want that number to get to 20 because with holidays and stuff, backfill, essentially you have to have 5 on shift.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Okay, Counselor St. Pierre, anything?
No, not today. Thanks.
Okay, Counselor McMath?
I just have a question, and maybe it can be saved till the chief gets back, where there are municipalities that are sending bills to BC Ambulance for cost for service. And the question that comes up, and especially for Sooke, that typically has 2 BC Ambulance crews on shift, but as soon as they leave, they're gone for, like, I'd say a minimum of 5 hours. So when you attend a medical aid and BC Ambulance is delayed coming back, especially if they're, for example, when we had that extreme flooding about a month ago, the Pacific Circle Marine route was closed and Sooke Road was closed as well. What is the department's thoughts on sending BC Ambulance invoices for the services? And what is the management plan around if you go to a call, if you go to a medical aid call and there is a structure fire, what is, because you're supposed to stay there until there is a transfer to BC Ambulance. So in discussion around liability, what's the plan if you are in that situation?
Okay, before we go to the fire department, the CAO has indicated she'd like to speak to this first, so let her speak first and then we'll go and the fire department can give us a follow-up. So go ahead, CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just thought I can answer probably the first part of the question, and unfortunately I can't answer the second part, so I'll defer to our deputy chief there for the second part. The first part for billing for the province, that's definitely a priority for myself this year, is to work with our director of finance and the fire department, of course, and come up and compare with other municipalities of what they factor into their overall costing. And then provide council a report on this with some options early in the new year on, like, these are the numbers. If, we did a sample of this for last year, for example, we would have sent the province a bill of X and just, yeah, exactly. Provide that information to council, get some clarity and direction from council on, I, as a finance person, I would be happy to send the bills to the province because I do agree that this has been a download and we are providing an amazing service, but it's coming at a very high cost. And at some point, someone should be chipping in, if you ask me personally. But so absolutely, that's a top priority for me in the first quarter of next year, is to provide council some numbers that have been ground truthed and look to council for some direction on, if you want us to start sending some invoices, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank
And
you.
will that include like vehicle usage as well?
Absolutely. Yeah, that to me, it would be an all-inclusive cost, not just the straight up salary dollars, which is why I just, for similar to the wastewater, other departments charge, like the administrative departments like HR, CAO, corporate services, there's a part of their annual budgets that's charged to the wastewater for providing those services for the wastewater. So similar with fire, we would come up with a support services cost as well that would include any capital items in the overall number.
Okay. Thank you. That's a question. Very pleased with the answer that staff is looking into recovering those costs, because to me, not answering the calls, it has a very grim result, and I don't want to see that happen. But if we can get some money out of the province, which we're always trying to do, that would help us with their bottom line. Now, the second part of the question goes to the deputy chief, and I can't even remember what it is, so hopefully you do.
So one little thing to add to the cost recovery thing, one thing that we just solidified with ambulance is when one of our members goes to town with the ambulance, before we would either have to send a duty truck in to get them or work out a way to get them back to Sooke. We've just secured with ambulance that they will pay for the cab to send our members back to Sooke.
Oh, wow.
So we don't have to send somebody in to get them. So that's a huge win for us.
Yeah.
And that was just secured in the last couple of weeks. As far as the other question, there's a lot of variables to that question. So if we have paid on call staff coming, then they would take the fire response if our crew is tied up. If those people are not fully qualified to drive the engine, but have their first responder, we would have them come to the first responder call and then have our crews leave to go to the fire. And I realize that's not an ideal situation, but with our staffing levels, that's what we have right now. So right now we're relying heavily on our paid on call staff to respond to those calls. And until we can get staff up to a higher level, it's going to be a challenge, and it's definitely a gamble for the fire department.
Especially on the location of those two events. what is so if you attend a medical aid and you leave prior to BC ambulance arriving, what are the legal consequences?
We're not allowed to leave until a higher level of service comes, as far as I'm aware. Unless the patient decides that they don't want to go to the hospital. And if they don't want to go to the hospital, they have to call 911 again and say that they're refusing service, and then we're allowed to leave.
That one has just changed. So BC Ambulance has rescinded that. So they no longer need to call 911 because that plan did not work out for them. I did have another question for you, but it's gone. I'll circle back to it.
I have a blank screen just for information. So, Councilor McMath, did you have another question? I got a blank screen, so I can't see anything now.
Did you hear me?
I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I had another question, but it's gone. So I'll come back to it when it reappears.
So, Councilor St. Pierre, did I have anything from you?
No, not at this time.
I remember it now.
Thank you very much for that report.
I
Do you remember it?
the
Okay,
question.
go ahead, Councilor McMath.
The deputy chief had mentioned that he's going through call types and seeing if they're still going to respond to the same types or if they're going to change. Can he just elaborate a little bit more on that?
We're just looking at call types through the matrix there. It looks like there might be some calls that are like lower acuity calls that have accidentally been slipped into the paging matrix for us. They're not calls that we would see very often. So calls that would be under, like, the color levels, blue would be the lowest level, and then green, and then orange. There's some blue ones that we've seen that are accidentally have gotten pushed into there. So we're just looking at making sure it's an annual review that we look at everything that we go to make sure that it's appropriate for our citizens and that we're doing what's safest for the community.
And so right now, Sooke is responding to deltas and echoes only, or some
using code words that people won't know what they mean. It's not cool.
Generally it's Delta and Echo, and there's a good portion of Charlie's, if you base it off the old system, that we would still go to. Just being the location in reference to where the hospital is to Sooke.
Okay, so I just heard a woman say not cool because they don't know what that means. So an echo is like, for example, is a cardiac arrest. A delta is chest pain. The lower acuity call is like a Charlie, where it's not as imminent. So some municipalities, for example, like Machosen, they respond all the way to alphas, which is like a routine response. That includes a call like for a headache.
Yeah. So anyways, you're reviewing those things, which you should do on an annual basis anyway. So thank you very much for that. Okay, Councilor Bateman has a question.
Yeah, one last question from me, and that is, you're responsible, sir, for the equipment. Are you
Yes.
have been in the past?
Yeah.
What is our next big purchase? When can we anticipate that coming into budget consideration?
So you have engine 2, which is already committed to.
Yeah. Following that.
The next major purchase would either be converting engine 12 into a rescue truck with the new squad truck arriving. It's got a rated pump in it, so we can reduce an engine out of the fleet and put our rescue equipment, condense it all into one vehicle. If that's not the next one, then it'll be the ladder truck, but that's, I think, about 5 years away.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for your report. Very much appreciated. Next up. Okay. The Facilities, Parks, and Environmental Services. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Through the chair to mayor and council and members of the public, I'm pleased to present the service overview for the district's facilities, parks, and environmental services area. It's not looking promising here. Thank you. So just an overview of our staffing. We currently have 6 full-time staff, and this has increased from 5 from back in 2020. So in addition to the manager role, there's a Parks and Environmental Services Coordinator. This position oversees park use permits, more significant park planning and special development projects, responds to development referrals, park acquisition proposals, hazardous trees, stewardship initiatives, including invasive species management. The park's lead hand oversees the maintenance and operations of parks in our public spaces, including playgrounds, public washrooms, transit stops, boulevards, and they supervise 2 full-time parks workers, as well as an assortment of seasonal auxiliary staff. We also have a facilities and construction lead. They oversee construction and carpentry projects in parks, public facilities, as well as our municipal buildings. And the key services provided by our department are implementation of our Parks and Trails Master Plan from 2020, maintaining parks, trails, water accesses, including our boat launch and Rotary Pier, maintenance of our boulevards. And this includes turf maintenance, street trees, ornamental areas, some snow removal, removing waste from our parks and transit shelters, and servicing our public washrooms. In 2024, the Church and Throop Road project was added to our maintenance routine, as well as a segment of new trail on Patterson Place. So we're continuing to acquire new assets and expanding our maintenance program. We install and maintain public art and seasonal adornment in recognition of various public holidays. You'll see the completion of Charters Road has resulted in additional seasonal banners that we will be erecting along that streetscape, which is exciting. Staff review and respond to development referrals. This year so far, there's been approximately 60 development referrals that park staff have reviewed. And with that, we look at areas of new parkland dedication proposals, as well as park infrastructure proposals, and ones that are implemented through developments, as well as by ourselves, such as the Ravens Ridge project that's underway currently. We administer the Community Park Regulation Bylaw, which includes working with bylaw enforcement staff, as well as issuance of park use permits for special uses and commercial uses. And with this, we support the various public events that occur in our parks. And so far this year, we've had 27 park use permit applications. And we also oversee components of the subdivision servicing bylaw 404, which are things like street tree placement and boulevard development. We oversee the Sun River Community Garden and Orchard agreements, as well as other proposals that we've heard of this year for expanded community garden initiatives in our parks. There's invasive species monitoring with our knotweed initiative on the Sooke River, as well as working with the CRD to oversee water quality testing around the basin and our various waterways. And our facility staff maintain our district buildings and facilities in good condition. And overall, our parks and facility staff respond to various calls for service. So far this year for parks, there's been 204 calls and 16 related to our municipal buildings. So currently in 2024, we have 94 community parks with approximately 18 kilometers of trails, street trees, associated park infrastructure, including 5 playgrounds, 10 public washrooms, 84 public park benches, as well as our municipal buildings. So in terms of the strategic plan, aspects of facilities, parks, and environmental services are quite pronounced in the strategic plan. And this aligns also with the community priorities we heard through the phase 1 budget engagement. And that's sidewalks and trails, parks and green spaces account for 2 of the top 5 community priorities. So initiatives in the sustainable growth and environmental stewardship focus area related to this department are promoting local food security, protecting water quality, integrating ecosystem protection, as well as mapping environmental areas, looking forward to a land acquisition strategy, as well as strengthening environmental protection through development permit areas. Initiatives related to organizational development and capacity building are enhancing our municipal facilities for improved service delivery and community benefit. Under the community safety and well-being focus area, we have enhancing our community identity through public art and our public-facing ways that we celebrate. And also the component of climate disaster preparedness and resilience, which relates to our parks spaces for sure. Infrastructure and multimodal transportation is another strategic area that Parks plays a key role in. And this is with respect to leveraging funding for active transportation, enhancing our asset management, undergoing a review of not only the transportation master plan, but the Parks and Trails master plan as well, as they're integrally tied, and just really enhancing those multimodal options for people to get around the community. And finally, the community economic development area. Is looking at enhanced economic growth, which Parks plays a key role in as well. So these are some of our committed capital projects that are currently underway. Many of them are familiar to you, I'm sure, with the Little River Multi-Use Trail Project being out for tender currently, Ravens Ridge Park improvements underway and expected to be completed by March 2025. We've initiated some playground safety improvements and some expanded playground facilities focusing on accessibility. And the Whiff and Spit project looking at engineering and access is nearing completion as well, I'm pleased to say. From the facilities side of things, we have the Parks Yard office improvement underway, electric vehicle charging stations. There's one being placed out front currently. And finally, we're striving to find operational efficiencies to continue providing services within the resources available. It's anticipated that additional resources will be required over time as new park and public assets are acquired and added to our system. Demand on the department is also expected to increase due to the increasing complexity of issues such as climate change and archaeology, for example, as well as due to the desire from the public that we heard to continue to improve our public spaces. So looking forward, some of the key elements to help us grow and meet those needs is to do a more comprehensive service level review to find efficiencies, streamline our maintenance routines, clarify staff roles moving forward. And this would also draw on our asset management system, looking at ways to improve our work orders and calls for service. This year, especially, we've struggled with the recruiting and retaining auxiliary staff. So looking to get more permanent park staff added to our complement, as well as adding to the a helper for the facilities and construction lead. Certainly a role where more hands are needed to do some basic functions. And then with respect to capital projects moving forward, we're looking at continued implementation of the PTMP with trail construction, for example, developing our trailheads, doing that midpoint review of the PTMP. That'll help us celebrate our successes as well as reprioritize for the next 5 years. And starting in on the master planning for John Phillips Memorial Park, looking at refining our signage strategy and wayfinding as well. So that's all I have. If there's any questions.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation. I will now go to council for any questions or comments. So I'll go to Councillor Bateman first this time.
Sure. Thank you very much for that. So it looks like the big hit for next year would be 2 full-time employees. Is that right?
That's an ask. There's possibly, we're looking at converting some of the auxiliary dollars to retain more of a permanent staffing, but that parks labor addition is something.
So we'll see that in the
works.
budget book next month. Is that how that plays out? Yes. Okay. So when you say you're going to conduct a service level review, would you do that first before determining future staffing needs?
I think it would be in conjunction through the chair that it will help us internally kind of find those efficiencies with what we have, and also help maybe more of an operations department overall, define those roles between engineering, for example, and parks, and streamline that. But yes, in conjunction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pearson, go ahead.
Yep, thank you for presentation. Lots of things in there. So I have a couple of questions. You talked about the need to test water quality. That used to be the CRD function, particularly the harbor and monitoring that. Now, are you integrating with them, or are we doing the work and they used to do it? How's that?
Yes, through the chair. So the CRD, that is a CRD service that we receive information from them, and our role is really that liaison.
Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, you're not really doing the testing, right? Okay, gotcha. Okay. Then you have 2,043 street trees. And so my question is really around, and maybe a little premature to ask this yet. So how do you, if we have 94 parks, how do we monitor 94 parks for hazards, risks? Because now it's public property. We are incurring a liability with having that. So do we review redundancies in parks? Are we, like, how do we balance that?
Through the chair, that's a great question. So there's a couple of approaches. From kind of a higher level, we have different park classifications in our master plan. So in terms of allocating our service attention and resources, parks classified as community or neighborhood parks may see more effort, whereas nature parks inherently can undergo kind of more of a hands-off approach. But overall, for assessing hazardous trees, we do have a policy that is complaint-based. So that's how we're operating at the moment. But doing routine inspections, this is where our GIS team really helps us kind of with our asset condition assessments, where we can run condition reports and triage kind of the areas that are in most need of repair.
Thank you. I thought that was going to be the answer. And my last question is the around development referrals. Is that a huge part of what your department does? Like percentage, I'm not getting the sense of what percentage would that be?
Through the chair, yes, for the Parks and Environmental Services Coordinator position, I would say it's probably half of their time.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor McMath, do you have any comments or questions?
Not at this time.
Okay, Councilor St. Pierre.
Not at this time either.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. I have a question first, then I'll come back to you, Councilor Bateman. I heard you say the last time we hired was 2021, is that correct?
I believe it was 2020.
2020, okay. And yeah, okay, I just wanted to get that clear because you're now coming this year in the budget, which is coming up. You're asking for 1.5, I think, or something like that. So that's okay. I just wanted to know, because I have seen you take on other responsibilities in the last 4 or 5 years, and we haven't had a staff increase there. How about the part-time in the summer? Are we still holding to the same numbers?
That's where I'm looking at reallocating those funds to.
So we'll have a
become-
more in-depth report when
That's
it
correct.
comes for a specific ask.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilor Bateman, you have the floor.
Yeah. So we brought those contracted parks employees in-house in about 2018 or so, I think. Okay, just for context there. I was just curious in the memorial wall, which was planned to be constructed this year. I think you're ready to get started on that any minute. I mean, the actual construction thereof.
So let me go on 6 years or more.
You're very optimistic.
I would just.
We've received a glimmer of a green light in terms of our approval processes. So now we just need to have the physical capacity to undertake that project.
And you are budgeted for that this year.
We've had some of the auxiliary staff on leave, unfortunately, so the people power isn't there this year, but we'll roll that over.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation, and we look forward to the final numbers in the future. Thank you. Okay, over to staff for next. And just introduce yourself for the people in the audience. I know there's not many, but they might not know who you are. So
I'm Raphael Matson. I'm the manager of engineering and infrastructure in the operations department.
thank you.
And I will be reviewing the engineering services. Under the roads, engineering and wastewater, we're all under the operations division. So there's the director of operations, me, the manager of engineering and infrastructure, manager of subdivision, who's also the approving officer, manager of wastewater. And then there under me, there's 2 lead techs, 2 engineering techs, and then under the approving officer, there's also a land development tech, and then there's admin and wastewater, which the wastewater overview will go through more of their staffing. Where did that go? The 4 techs that I have under me do both subdivision and development. So they go from referrals right through to construction and final acceptance. And in addition, they also do maintenance and infrastructure, which includes everything from street lighting to stormwater to roads, potholes, and capital projects. Engineering hits many areas of the strategic areas of focus, including sustainable growth and environmental stewardship. We use this when we consider about how we move, how we build, how we grow, and how we relate and how we lead to support the path to the 2030 emissions reduction. This also comes into play with stormwater and making sure we have future capacities for all of our infrastructure. We also do organizational development and capacity building, community safety and well-being. Examples of that are constantly looking at areas where we can improve crosswalks with either flashers or implement new crosswalks to ensure that there's more areas where pedestrians can flow through and feel safer, and actually encourage more people to walk and feel safe. We also look at infrastructure and multimodal transportation in conjunction with working with the Ministry of Transportation for the Sooke Road corridor. We implement that in all the designs for capital projects and in frontage improvements when we look at subdivisions and development. Where did that go? Yeah, so operationally, we look at many areas, roads, stormwaters. We also take calls for service, which come from the public and sometimes other levels of government and utilities. Calls for service can be anything from a pothole to the last storm that we had. We're still dealing with some storm calls where we have to go out to site, check and see if there's things that we can do immediately, things that we need to plan for long-term, things we need to monitor. We also look at, sorry, I lost my thought. And we also do capital projects where we're working on the design for multiple capital projects going through to ideally construction in 2027, which I'll get into more in the next slide. So with the design timelines, currently we're under design for capital projects for Charters South, the Charters and Highway 14 intersection, Highway 14 from Church to Phillips, Highway 14 from Atherley Close around the park all the way to Whiffenspit. Ella Road is also, I was hoping to get it designed this year, but we're going to move forward with that next year with construction following up after that. Oops, I forgot. And again, Charters Road should be complete by the end of the year. Some minor street lighting stuff maybe and some other servicing. Phillips Corridor, hopefully Phillips Corridor and Troop aiming for construction in 2027, dependent on funding. Any questions?
Oh, boy, that was quick. Hurry. Okay, okay, Councillor Pearson, any questions? Councillor Bateman, your
Okay.
floor.
So are fully staffed is your department at this point and you're
I have 4 positions. I have 3.5 filled. I have 1 person half-time right now, but
and looking over at Mr. Carter, are you fully staffed? You're
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bateman, I'm in progress and probably gonna be going through it in early 2025. We're doing a capacity analysis and that's gonna look at the engineering department as well as the development side of parks and operational services. So stay tuned for that and we'll have something back to council in the new year.
okay. And I was curious whether the transportation and parks and trails master plans, will that require consultants or will it be handled in-house?
In terms of both the master plans, the midpoint reviews that are in the budget considerations for this year, they will be facilitated with staff and the consultants that put the plans together. So we'll be bringing them back in and bringing some council some more information on what the strategy looks like for the midpoint reviews.
Okay. And I saw lots of capital letters, funding conditional on that previous slide. And of course, you gave us a very substantial report a couple of weeks back. So that's
Anything else?
no, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. Go to Councillor McMath. Do you have anything?
No, thank you.
Hey, Councillor St. Pierre.
No, thank you. And thank you for always checking.
Okay, well, yeah, just making sure you're still there. That's all. No, I said no. I'm sorry I would go to you 2 last, but I go to my visuals first and I don't, if I do forget you, pipe up and I will certainly come to you. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much for the presentation and we'll go on to the next one. I get them all mixed up. And again, just say who you are for benefit of our audience.
Yeah, Jeff Carter, Director of Operations for the district. So we look after parks, environmental services, subdivision, land development, wastewater and engineering. Just here presenting today on behalf of our wastewater manager, Mr. Bohemier, who could not be here today. So I'll be doing a quick overview of the wastewater services for the district of Sooke. Wow, we got some fancy slides here. In terms of service, we got myself as a director, we got our wastewater manager, Mr. Bohemier, we have lead wastewater operator, 2 operators, and operations clerk, and we got our wastewater pest control specialist, little Jeff Carter. There was a little Laura Hooper, who is no longer with us. She's gone astray, but this little guy helps us out, saves thousands of dollars a year in pest control, and works very cheap for kibbles. Going into the strategic areas of focus and the priority areas, in terms of sustainable growth and environmental stewardship, we have a lot of improvements to secondary and tertiary treatment with the installation of disc filters in our recent wastewater treatment plant expansion. We're also going to be going through a augmentation program to improve the wastewater treatment quality control, which is going to go through in 2025, where we basically pick injection points into the system and we put in nitrogen to reduce the ammonia levels to facilitate better treatment. In terms of community and economic development, like I said, the wastewater treatment plant is just getting near completion. It's completed. We're just going through some of the processing and working out some of the programming kinks, but it's underway and everything is operational. And we're completing our West Coast Road Force Main project, which is a fairly large undertaking, eliminating one of the large capacity constraints in our system, and overall giving us future capacity for economic development while ensuring environmental sustainability. In terms of community safety and well-being, the wastewater odor control system is going to be put in the West Coast Road lift station. That's going to be following the completion of the force main. And district staff are working right now with a consultant on a confined space entry program and preparedness. We're working through that with our team and the staff, and as was alluded earlier, with our fire department for any rescue services that would be needed. In terms of organizational excellence, staffing development and wastewater operators are currently in a mentorship program to increase their levels of certification through EOCP. And this project will increase their knowledge and skills overall for wastewater treatment as well as the collection purposes. Nice little picture there just from our wastewater treatment expansion. So those are the tertiary treatment, or the disc filters, just before it goes into the UV treatment and out to the outfall. So that was a new addition to our wastewater treatment plant, which is going to improve our treatment process and help for better sustainability for our effluent going out into the ocean. In terms of strategic areas of focus, general ones are put up on the screen for you. But like I said, the wastewater treatment plant, the expansion, the construction's complete, and we're just working on all the commissioning and working out some of the programming. We'll be working through that through 2025 while everything's under warranty to make sure we can address any concerns if they arise. Like I said, the confined space entry program is underway. We're just nearing completion of our West Coast Road Force Main, which is anticipated for completion December 2024. We've been working collectively with Sooke Nation for IR2 connection to the wastewater treatment plant, which is also scheduled for about January 2025. And we're going to be doing staff training and working on the commissioning of our Church Road lift station, the new lift station we've taken on at the new roundabout project there. Going forward next, like I alluded to, the augmentation program is going to be conducted through the summer 2025 with 30 injection sites to improve the wastewater quality going into the plant and improve our treatment processes. The West Coast Road odor control will be installed following the completion of the force main project, and operational certificate implementation for wastewater treatment plant. It's been a year process, but we've updated our operational certificate for the plant. So that is just nearing completion. In terms of service provisions, we team of wastewaters, we have basically 4,500 cubic meter capacity in our treatment plant. So prior to the improvement in our wet water capacity, we had 9,600 cubic meters, and now we'll be sitting at about 13,800 cubic meters of capacity. Good capacity for the next 10 to 15 years. Following that, we'd have to look at other options for an additional expansion to the treatment plant. 653 manholes, 65 kilometers of wastewater piping, 2 wet well aeration systems, the sanitary lift stations we have 9 of, and then 21 calls for service and 45 standby emergency callouts in 2024. We have 10 emergency backup generators that we maintain. Alluded to most of this stuff previously in the slides, but in terms of capital, we're just finishing the West Coast Road force main and the odor mitigation, which will be following that, and our West Coast Road lift station. We'll be doing major model updates for our wastewater system going through 2025 and working through any warranty issues with the commissioning of our treatment plant. Town center lift station, we have budget considerations to go forward with the design of that in 2025 and planning to go to construction on the town center lift station in 2026, which is overall benefit for the entire town center and focuses it on one point instead of having multiple force mains all throughout the town center. Long term, it's the most sustainable option to go forward with. And then the next major sort of wastewater project would be the West Coast Road force main project. So there was a big capacity constraint in a gravity main on West Coast Road. We've designed a force main bypass, which will save millions of dollars, and it basically extends the force main from dumping in at Townsend, and it goes down to Atherley, and it avoids and takes all this capacity off the gravity mains and avoids very deep and costly construction. So looking forward to that project, hopefully in 2026 and 2027. That is all I have, but happy to answer any questions from council regarding the wastewater services in the town.
I'm going to go to Councillor McMath. Do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Councillor St. Pierre, do you have any questions?
No, and my previous comment was really, you've been amazing at actually calling us out.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Bateman.
The cat's name, Jeff Carter.
Yeah, that's little Jeff Carter.
Little Jeff Carter, okay. All right. And again, on the staffing front, fully staffed and, yeah.
We're looking good at the wastewater for services.
All right, nothing else, Councillor Bateman? Okay, Councillor Pearson, anything?
Yes, just one question, through the chair.
Go ahead, yeah, go ahead.
The funding for IR number 2, what's the ongoing funding that we can expect from Sooke First Nations to South Nation to support the?
Yeah, no, excellent question. So in terms of all their on-site infrastructure on the reserve lands, they pay for all that themselves. And about 4 years ago, when I came onto the district, I worked on finalizing an MTSA agreement, which will go into place. So that basically has Sooke very similar to anyone within our wastewater service area paying the same amount of fees that anyone in the public would. So yeah, everyone pays their fair share.
Anything else, Councillor Pearson?
No.
I just have one question. A number of years ago, when I first saw on council, we had a tremendous problem with water infiltration, getting into our sewer system and overpowering it. And there was a slow process of repairing as much as we can. Where do we stand with that? How are we doing on repairing those different sites that were getting all that water inside?
Hi, another great question. So we have Mr. Bohemia has been really proactive in that. He's addressed a lot of the sealing of mains, and we've strategically put in flow monitoring throughout the town. So that's part of the model update. When we go through that next year, we're going to hopefully see a lot of the results from his hard efforts and basically sealing up a lot of these leaks. So it's always going to be ongoing, but he's addressed a good portion of it. We're anticipating he's probably addressed 50 to 60% of it. And we'll have those results going through mid to end of next year when we complete the further model analysis with all the flow meter data.
Thank you. That's good news because that was a major problem and it still is a problem, but it's being addressed. Thank you very much for that. No other questions. Thank you very much for your report. And if you need some extra kibble, I got a little bit at home. So.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Next up.
Thank you.
Yay. Introduce yourself again for, I'm sure they know who you are, but.
Absolutely. My name is Jessica Bagnall, and I am the Director of Corporate Services here at the District of Sooke. Through the chair to council, this section is to discuss the current corporate services functions and service levels at the District of Sooke. So currently we have the following staff members in the department: myself, the Director of Corporate Services, the Deputy Director of Corporate Services, 2 corporate services assistants, a records management clerk, 2 bylaw enforcement officers, and 1 current temporary auxiliary bylaw enforcement officer. The Director of Corporate Services is also appointed with a number of legislative appointments, such as acting as the district's corporate officer, freedom of information and protection of privacy head, privacy officer, and when required, chief elections officer. The primary mission of corporate services is to promote an open and transparent government, foster trust and confidence in the decision-making process, and enable meaningful public participation. Sorry, one behind. The Corporate Services Department oversees 2 divisions: Legislative Services and Bylaw Enforcement. Legislative Services supports council by managing all legislative matters and facilitating council and committee meetings. Additional responsibilities include overseeing key projects and programs, including municipal elections, elector approval processes, and the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act program, and the Records Management Program. It also reviews all policies, bylaws, contracts, and agreements of the district to safeguard the organization's legal rights and ensure compliance with the district's legal and legislative requirements. Bylaw enforcement is responsible for enforcing the district's bylaws. The division educates the community about bylaws, enforces them fairly and consistently, and collaboratively resolves any bylaw conflicts. Corporate Services provides internal services as a support function to the district that enables employees and managers to meet various statutory requirements. Support functions are essential components of an organization that do not directly produce core services or deliverables. Instead, they provide necessary infrastructure, expertise, and assistance to enable the organization's primary functions to operate efficiently. The department also plays a stewardship role, continuously working towards improved and effective regulatory frameworks. So what does this mean? This means that corporate services plays a key role in supporting other departments to meet their objectives. I won't read this whole slide. Council received this ahead of time, so I hope you had a chance to look at our functions in detail. But at a high level, Legislative Services provides various department functions, including support for council and committee meetings, district management of records, administering oaths and affirmations, district legislative support to council and staff, management of the accessible BC requirements, management of FOIPA, privacy management, contract administration, legal and risk management, bylaw and policy management, and administration of elections and elector approval processes. Corporate Services is working towards improved key performance indicators for council in the future, but one metric that is often reported on is the level of freedom of information and protection of privacy requests. As this chart illustrates, there's somewhat of an upward trend since 2016. However, the number of requests does not necessarily translate into staff time, as requests will have various amounts of documentation and technical consideration required. And the other division, bylaw enforcement, provides various department functions, including responding to resident requests, educating the public about regulatory rules, ticketing and enforcement, liaison and coordination, conducting inspections, and administering business licenses. Another metric that is often reported on is the district bylaw call volumes, and this chart illustrates that there has also been an upward trend since 2017. The next chart illustrates calls by type in 2024, and here you can see that parks and parking have received the highest calls for service. In addition to the calls for service that you see here on the chart, bylaw staff have also increased presence at district parks over the last year with over 200 site visits. In regards to business licenses, staff have issued 567 business licenses to date, which is 158 new business licenses. Hopefully that technical glitch. Perfect, thank you. Upon review of the council strategic plan, there are a number of organizational development goals that are directly related to corporate services, including goals to leverage technology and foster innovation, identify policy gaps and prioritize a policy and bylaw review program, strengthen records management, and support the establishment of an effective committee structure. Other major projects for corporate services include administering the 2025 District of Sooke by-election and a potential 2025 District of Sooke referendum. Lastly, staff have identified additional capacity needs for corporate services to meet ongoing district objectives. These include increasing capacity for legislative services to meet new legislative requirements related to privacy management. A comprehensive privacy program is intended to enhance residents' trust in how the district treats, manages, and protects their personal information. Additionally, increasing capacity for bylaw enforcement would ensure adequate coverage and response times. By diligently enforcing local government bylaws and regulations, the district plays a vital role in the maintenance and community's quality of life. Thank you, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Councillor Pearson.
Thank you for your report. The one glaring stat that's there was the bylaw related to parks. Is that directly related to homelessness or mental health issues? I'm trying to draw the correlation between them.
Pardon me, I missed the first part of your question.
Oh, no, it's not a question, it was a statement. The glaring statistic that was there was the bylaw calls related to parks. Can you give me an overview or sort of an understanding? I'm kind of guessing what it might be, so maybe I'll just hear from you.
Certainly, that is my understanding is the calls related to parks are related to a number of different reasons why our bylaw officers would need to attend parks for safety or to issue information about parks usage. So I agree with your statement that is likely in relation to the unhoused population for the calls for service. For our site visits, which is a separate metric, that is certainly exactly why we have had 200 site visits almost every morning to parks to ensure that residents of the community understand parks use and that we create and maintain a livable space and a community space for everyone.
Thank you.
Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, comment would be, I hope that those bylaw visits to parks were in the first half of the year, because I think we've got that issue to a degree under control. I'm sure there's an ongoing need for regular visits. Now, my question regards around increasing capacity. So you've not identified what you need exactly. Are you looking for one full-time employee for legislative and moving an auxiliary into a full-time position, or what are you looking for exactly?
My understanding is at this time, we're not making our specific asks, as my understanding is that staff is going to create a holistic ask. But as I've indicated in my services for consideration and alluded to, someone to more wholesomely manage the freedom of information and protection of privacy portfolio is certainly something I've identified, as well as potentially converting our current auxiliary bylaw enforcement employee into an FTE, if that is supported at the staff level to bring forward for council's consideration.
And the new CAO mayor's assistant, is that position, did I get that right?
Um,
What's the
through-
title?
through your worship, Executive Office Coordinator.
Right.
And so that is a net new position that would provide supports to the mayor, the CAO, and the manager of HR, which should free up some of the corporate services assistance time because part of their job is dedicated to being the assistant to the mayor and the CAO. So as we're always trying to refine and better use our resources, that's the hope of that position. It would free up some of the corporate services assistant time to hopefully provide a bit more support to our manager of communications and our community economic development officer. We're always trying to do more with less. It's going to be as you'll see in my presentation, I'll be talking about, doing a long-term staffing plan is definitely the top priority for 2025.
Thank you.
Councillor St. Pierre, do you have any questions?
No, I do not.
Okay, Councillor McMath.
No.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I had one, but it was addressed, and that was the parks. And I know with the we used to be the Hope Center. I can't remember at the moment what it's called. Across the street, I know it's impacted, but that's the times we're in. And again, I'm getting feelings that things have improved greatly. So thank you for your report. And that's it. Okay.
Great. Thank you very much.
Next. Again, your name for the gallery.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Jaden Riley, the Manager of Community Planning, presenting a service level overview for the Planning Division. Yeah, so in terms of personnel, the Planning Division consists of 6 full-time staff, including the director, the manager, myself, 2 senior planners, a senior planning technician, and an administrative clerk who supports both planning and building services. Planning services generally include the development of long-range plans and policy, as well as processing a range of development permit applications. Planning also represents the district as part of regional committees, working groups, and planning initiatives. Beyond processing development applications, key priorities for planning over the last year and continuing into next year, 2025, have been related to the provincial legislative changes introduced in 2023. These include drafting zoning bylaw amendments to accommodate small-scale multi-unit housing, development of an interim housing needs report, and preparation of further updates to the OCP and zoning bylaws by the end of 2025. Planning currently has 32 active development applications, as well as other files in pre-application stages. Since the beginning of the year, we've had 64 applications received, including but not limited to OCP and zoning bylaw amendments, development permits, variance permits, covenant amendments, residential strata conversions, and sign permit applications. Planning also reviews all building permit and subdivision applications as part of a development referral review process. And these would be generally completed by our senior planning technician. There are also a range of ongoing long-range planning initiatives, either driven by provincial legislation, as noted in the previous slide, or otherwise, as discussed further here in the presentation. And so ongoing areas of focus include development application processing, development referral responses, responding to inquiries from the public and prospective developers, and development approval process review implementation, or DAPR, implementation work that includes finalization of external guides, internal procedures, manuals, and application forms. Our current focus is the zoning bylaw updates to accommodate small-scale multi-unit housing, scheduled for the November 25th council meeting. We're also finalizing a work plan for the 2025 OCP update to be presented to the committee of the whole in December and later to council for its endorsement. Also, in conjunction with our consultant, finalizing the affordable housing contribution policy will be upcoming probably in January next year. Looking further ahead to 2025, our work plan will primarily be focused on the OCP update. That'll take the bulk of our time, as well as further review of the zoning bylaw in relation to Bill 44 and its ability to accommodate housing needs as identified in the interim housing needs report. We're also seeking to address internal procedures related to professional reporting, as well as consideration of an employment land strategy and update to the town center plan. Yeah, so planning services are noted to align with council's strategic objectives, such as sustainable growth, environmental stewardship through development permits, housing and environmental protection policies, and the OCP. Community economic development through facilitating development application approvals and land use planning. Community safety and well-being through policy intended to deliver diverse housing opportunities, community engagement, site design, form of character guidelines as part of the OCP as well. Just to note that the What We Heard report for the 2025 budget public engagement noted that community planning and development services were the second highest priority amongst the public. However, it was noted also that improvements were desired regarding speed and efficiency of planning and development services. Right, given that, in terms of services for consideration, planning has requested the addition of a planner 2 position to improve service delivery. The role of the planner 2 would be to manage both long range and current planning files wherever additional resources were needed. It also reduces the need to hire consultants in some cases. A planner 2 would be anticipated to take on lower level complexity files, leaving more time for our senior planners to manage the more complex files and improve quality of planning services. With that, that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Pearson first. Councillor Bateman. Councillor McMath.
Nothing at this time.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I'm good.
All right. Wow. You got off lucky,
Wow.
didn't you? Well, thank you very much for your report. All right. What's next?
Next, we have Chris, our Director of Planning, Chris Marshall, is presenting the
Oh,
building
he's
safety.
online. Great.
He's online. Thank you. So just
All
bear
right.
with us for 1 second here.
Can you hear me?
We can, at least I can.
Okay. So I'll just say next slide when if you could change the slide for me. So going to the next slide, I'm here to present the building safety services. So the building safety services is under my bailiwick as the Director of Planning and Development. It has an auxiliary chief building official who is at this point in time coming in 1 or 2 days a week, filling in on weekends and evenings as he can. He does a lot of the higher level building inspections for commercial, industrial, and sort of multifamily projects. We then have 2 building inspectors who do the sort of single family and addition type building inspections that require less experience. And then we have the administrative clerk who, as the manager of planning noted, is shared with the planning department. So the building safety services looks after building approvals and inspection services. And they are responsible for enforcing the provincial building code. You can go to the next slide. So very busy table here. I think we can kind of focus on the upper line that's sort of bolded. That just gives you a sense of the cost of construction over the years. We've been looking at, on average, about $60 million in construction value over the last 5-6 years. And presently at the third quarter, we're looking at about close to $40 million. So we still have another quarter of a year to go, but it is looking at this point in time like it's a little lower than it would be on average. But that is dependent upon a number of larger developments which could potentially come in. The finance department did identify that the Mariners Village or Bayshore development could be coming in by within the end of the year, and a number of other large multifamily projects. So that figure could be topped up to the average by the end of the year. Moving on to the next slide. So in terms of areas of focus, as I said, the building department deals with all the processes all the building permit applications. They deal with referral responses from the planning for the planning applications. They deal with public inquiries around building matters, and they also went through a process of reviewing their development application processes. And we're now in the process of dealing with the Tempest system and how to incorporate all the building permit steps in the process into our software. In terms of work that's being done right now, there is that software that's being updated. The building inspectors who are fairly new to the building inspection work are busily doing coursework to try and update their qualifications. The way building inspection works is there's basically 3 levels of building inspection. So the chief building official that we have that's auxiliary, he has his level 3 building inspection. Our inspectors have level 1, so that limits them to the single family homes and renovations. The level 2 gets you into the multifamily, and the level 3 gets you into the larger developments. So our building inspectors are working on getting their level 2s right now. And then in terms of things that we'd like to achieve next year, early next year, we'd like to advertise for the chief building official position. We have been sort of limping along with this auxiliary building official who's been doing this sort of off the side of his desk on another job. But we'd really like to get somebody in full time, especially as the building inspectors that we have could use the experience of a seasoned vet to be in the office with them. Go to the next slide. So in terms of the strategic areas of focus, like the strategic plan, the council strategic plan, in terms of sustainable growth and environmental stewardship, the building department ensures that construction in Sooke is safe and energy efficient. And the building code does a lot of that for us. They're just enforcing that building code. In terms of community economic development, obviously timely review of the building application. Building applications enables the construction industry to do what they need to do and hire the people they need to do to get that construction going. In terms of community safety and well-being, the enforcement of the building code ensures construction in the community meets the building code, and including fire prevention. In terms of organizational development capacity building, I think it's important to note that a year ago we had nobody in the building department, and the construction industry came to a grinding halt for a period of time. So we've come a long way from then. We now have no backlog in building permits. People are able to get site building inspections within the same day, if not the day after. So the building inspectors are doing a great job keeping up to speed with what's going on. Yeah, it's just that getting a chief building official into the office on a more regular basis is what we're really missing at this point. So that's, I believe, it. If you could go to the next slide. Yeah, so yeah, any questions?
Okay, Councilor Pearson, I'll start off with you.
Okay. I think you answered the question around the chief building official. I was going to say, what's it costing us to have a part-time one versus a full-time one? So I think you're addressing that. My only question, through to you, Mr. Marshall, is what are you doing to, integrate the building, requirements with the response times with the fire department, which we heard is drastically coming down, and that response time, it has some implications on the building code. And I'm not sure that it's a good question to ask you, but kind of.
Would you like to field that question, Mr.
Yeah.
Mark?
Can you, maybe?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. So how does the response time of the fire department tie into building inspection?
Yes, building code. Because there's a difference because of response times. We've been dealing with this for a long time. We're staffed up in the fire department. Certain building codes are increased, or certain parts of the building code, like firewalls, et cetera, based on response times, as well as insurance for certain people.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not familiar with those regulations.
Okay, so and I probably asked the wrong question to the wrong person, but somehow it's good. It just needs to be revisited all the time. That's all. So we can take that
I
question
think
offline.
our CAO is nodding her head, so I suspect we will get some sort of a correlation between those things sometime in the future.
For sure, through your worship. Mr. Marshall, I don't think he's been exposed to that conversation yet. And I know it's an ongoing one that has happened as far as the response times and then the insurance questions and all of that. So definitely I'll ensure Mr. Marshall gets connected with the fire department to get up to speed on the messaging around that coverage and can be better prepared with the next meeting to respond to that.
Thank you, and I apologize for asking that question to the wrong person.
Well, I think it's a good question. It's just it's put it on the radar for the future, and that can't be bad. Is there anything else?
No.
Okay, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, just following up on that, Jeff Steele from the Builders Association wrote us last year. I pulled that correspondence and it went to Mr. Powell. So I'll be sure to forward that to you, Mr. Marshall. It was great to see that previous slide with the your points about the change between then and now. And so great work. Thank you.
Councillor St. Pierre, you have anything?
Nope.
Councillor McMath.
Not at this time.
I just want to make one comment, and that's sort of music to my ears, no backlog in building inspections. That was a long time coming, and we made it. So thank you, Mr. Marshall, and I know it's not just him, it's everybody involved. But it was pretty desperate times when we were struggling around to find a building inspector, never mind two and then a part-time one. So again, thanks off to our senior staff for making that happen and getting us through that very, very difficult time. Okay, with that, what's next?
Dev, your favorite.
Introduce yourself. Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. Me have a hard of hearing, you should know that. Okay, good afternoon, your worship, council, and members of the public. My name is Gail Scott. I'm the Community Economic Development Officer for the district. Oh. There we go. So I'm presenting today on economic development, and I have a staff of one, me. I have a budget of $25,000, and that's the working budget. Basically, my responsibilities are for the development and implementation of economic strategies and plans to support sustainable growth, revitalization, diversification within the municipality. And that includes destination design, management, and marketing. So tourism related, small business cooperative support services. So that supports your business retention, expansion, and startups. Community service agreement support services, opportunity identification and investment attraction, relationship building, which creates a network of development forming, and grant pathfinding and leveraging of resources. On the strategic areas of focus on an ongoing basis, I cover visitor, economy, cooperative marketing initiatives. That's like working with City of Langford and Cowichan Valley on the Spirit Loop. Entrepreneurial business support services, working with WorkLink BC as an economic partner. Providing opportunity for local businesses to be attached to services they need to grow. Enhanced community economic development network that is creating new and expanding partnership agreements with various organizations and working with the Royal Roads Learning Partners MBA program, which has been doing a lot of work for us with regards to tourism research and analysis. Right now, I'm working on the Wandafuka Cross-Border Tourism Corridor Project, and that's in partnership with the Pacific Northwest Economic Development Region and Destination Canada. It's First Nations focused to look at cultural production, identification, and implementation strategies, and also looking at multimodal transportation access between Washington State and South Vancouver Island. We all know we've got some issues. We've both got one road in and one road out. On the South Island side, it's Highway 14. On the Washington State side, it's Highway 112. We're looking at ways to reduce GHGs, traffic grid, but we know it's going to have to involve multimodal access. I'm currently working on the MRDT, also known as the Hotel Tax Application Development for provincial consideration. And I'm working with local worker hub collaboration with WorkLink BC. WorkLink BC is doing a second build-out phase, and in that second build-out phase is a plan for a worker hub with 13 offices and meeting space and state-of-the-art digitally connected. I'm also, through this work that I'm working with WorkLink BC, we're creating and have created a incorporated cooperative called the Sooke Region Business Services Co-op. This is going to be launched hopefully in January of 25, and it's also going to involve a number, up to 8 so far, government and non-government referral partnership agreements. When I say that, I'm talking about Women's Enterprise Center, Small Business BC, and on the non-government side, Van City. These are just a few of the examples, and also the Rural Economic Development Partnership for the Gulf Islands. Next, I have planned for continuing work with Destination BC and the Spirit Loop, going into a third phase of marketing this beautiful region. Looking into gap analysis, working with the Chamber of Commerce to see what kind of diversified business opportunities we need to have here that we don't have here. And that would mean doing targeted investment attraction. One potential target investment attraction would be, we need another hotel. We're sold out almost every night of the Prestige Inn throughout the year. And when that happens, you know you need another hotel. Also, we have an opportunity. We're meeting this week, towards the end of this week, with an outside agency to discuss the employment land strategy and getting that back on track. There's potential for an outside agency grant that will help us with that. Can't say much more on that right now because we haven't had that meeting. It's at the end of the week. Okay, the next slide is on leveraging funding results. Oh, here it is. Okay, in 2023, I was able to leverage up to $175,000 from two sources. And that is from Destination BC in partnership with Pacifican. We were granted $100,000 worth of consulting services. None of this is actual cash dollars that come into our coffers. It's being dealt through consulting services. That $100,000 led us towards a brand new 2023 to 25 tourism business plan for our region. I also was able to garner $75,000 in consulting fees to establish the Cooperative First, when the dollars came from Cooperatives First, which is a Saskatchewan-based organization, but federally funded. That money was used to develop the Sooke Region Business Services feasibility study. So it was a business plan, but it was more directed, is it viable or not? Can we do it? In 2024, I have garnered up to $300,000 in consulting services. $250,000 has come from Destination Canada for the Wanda Fuca Tourism Corridor in partnership with Washington State. $50,000, another additional $50,000 came from Cooperatives First again, so that we can actually produce the Sustainable Investment Business Plan. And what I mean by that, if we're going to sign MOAs or MOUs with partnering organizations to be referral partnerships, they want to know this is going to be feasible and viable. So the consultant will come aboard probably later in December, early January, and we'll have that investment plan that we can present to our potential partners. And then in 2025, I am very hopeful our MRDT application goes forward to the province, but it's just started really in the last few weeks. The process won't take long to finish the application. It'll go through to the government if we get the 50+1%, which is mandatory. And I suspect we may get it this time. And then the process might take another 6 months before the province says, yes, you got it or not. So a conservative estimate, and I'm really being careful about this, and I don't want to be held to it, but just doing a conservative estimate of what it would mean if we did collect the MRDT tax in its first year, I'm going to say minimum $250,000. That's based on looking at, I would say, almost half the number of rooms we have for probably 300 days a year. And that would be times the 3% that we would go for. But that's just a very conservative estimate. So the next slide is about my relationship development, the network that I've created since I've started this position. It's all interrelated. My position touches base with arts, culture, tourism, marketing organizations, community social services, not-for-profit organizations such as Search And then again, all my economic development associations such as the South Island Prosperity Partnership, VIDA, etc. There's probably up to 50 network partners on my network. From a service consideration point of view, the CED engagement survey results ranked us as third in top 5 priorities. 40% satisfactory, 26% good to excellent, which leaves 34% poor. So room for improvement, certainly. CED function and initiatives align with the district's commitment to foster a vibrant local economy by supporting small businesses, promoting tourism, and investing in key infrastructure improvements. Economic diversification and enhancing Sooke's appeal as a destination for both visitors and entrepreneurs are key focal points of the CED strategy. So that's my presentation for today. If you have any questions, I'd be pleased to answer them.
Councillor Bateman.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know how this district managed without you. So thank you for a one-person operation with 25,000. I'm surprised I don't see anything in your final slide here talking about additional budget for your office or some sort of full-time or part-time 0.5 individual assistant. So you're managing fine without those needs.
I didn't put it in my presentation because it's in discussion with my direct report, which is the Director of Planning and Development. It has been discussed that additional support would be very much appreciated. Additional budget definitely would be more than helpful. I've managed to garner a lot of money because there isn't the kind of working budget that I need to use to even be a contribution towards some grants. But the bigger problem is we are not eligible for many grants because we're part of the CRD. So you have to get creative and think outside the box. And a lot of times thinking outside of the box doesn't mean to say I need to match funding. I've been able to garner it in a different way.
And just following up, you mentioned 250,000 as a conservative estimate of, and you mentioned when you presented a couple of weeks back that that position might come in-house here at the district, a destination marketing function. Did you say that?
I'm actually doing it right now. So what I meant by that is I did make application to the Destination Marketing Organization of British Columbia because a municipality can absolutely be a DMO. And by doing so, that aligns very nicely with the way I work with Destination BC and Destination Canada. So until such time that the Sooke Region Tourism Association has developed a more capacity, a standalone address in which they can physically have an office, it is our responsibility to take that on. And that's how I'm handling it.
And we would have that 250 a year to do so.
Yes, but it can't all go to just that.
No,
it has to be divided up into certain projects, etc. But we would sit down and be able to work out a budget that works well for everyone.
Councillor Pearson.
Yeah, thank you for your good work and all of the things that you do, and exciting to hear that we're finally crossing that bridge to MRDT, hopefully. So my question is around strategic plans for council. So you know, as our economic development officer, you bring forward some anecdotal analysis. Hopefully that gets backed up, like Second Hotel as an example. How do we take that information, get it onto council strategic plan so that it flows into the other departments within our organization i.e. planning, and development permits, et cetera, so that council can make those recommendations in their strategic plan. So that if we have somebody who comes to town, a hotelier, and says, I'd like to have this. So if it's in our strategic plan, it's already identified as endorsed by the current council. So
Okay.
your thoughts around that?
I would work very, very closely with my direct report, which is the director, Chris Marshall, Director of Planning and Development, identify what I see as opportunities, then start the discussion on it. I have brought that to Chris's attention just last week because of information that came forward about being full capacity from an accommodation point of view just last week. The approach that needs to be taken on that when you do make a statement like we could use another hotel, you have to then put together a presentation, pitch it at a hotelier investment opportunity convention. And that generally will attract attention to those that would be interested in this area. I think an issue we have right now is we don't have Sooke itself, the district of Sooke itself does not own very much land. So we can't say we've got all this land available. It would have to be pitching it, saying we need another hotel, but the actual property would have to be looked at outside of the municipality's ability.
Thank you.
Does that answer it?
Yes, it
Oh,
does.
thank you.
Just gives me some more ideas. Thank you.
Councillor St. Pierre, do you have any comments or questions?
Feeling very quiet today.
Oh, that's not a bad thing. Sorry, Councillor McMath.
Nothing at this time.
Okay. I just have one comment. I had the opportunity of being invited to the MRDT presentation to some of the hotelers and people that are affected by it. And I was really quite surprised at how receptive they were to it. It did not seem to be much of a hindrance. And most of them, in fact, if not all of them, felt that a 2 or 3% tacking on the bill will basically almost go unnoticed to the people that are. And the one question at that thing was how much could this raise? And unfortunately, we didn't quite get an answer then, but we have it now, and that's $250,000, which is quite substantial because that's new dollars coming into the district. And my understanding of it, only a certain portion can be used. You don't want to go more than 30% of that to pay for a position to manage it. The rest has to go to programs, otherwise the program crashes. I found it very, myself, I was really quite impressed. And to hear that, and I think I got this right, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but basically the Prestige is booked up 365 days a year, fully booked. Now that doesn't scream a new hotel. I don't know what does. And I don't think any of the other providers are hurting with that. So, and I look at our population, 16.8 and increasing. It'd be interesting if we could find some way to market some group to saying, hey, look, you know, this, have a look here. We're a growing community. Maybe you want to invest in a hotel. And again, working with Sea Park, we're looking, just doing a study now, and there's a great indication that we need a second sheet of ice. And that would allow us to get tournaments and a junior, whatever, I don't know which one it is. And that brings a lot of dollars into the community with sports teams coming here and staying and playing. So thanks, that was a good, thank you for inviting me to that. It opened my eyes to a lot of things. So thanks for your report. Okay.
Thank you very
Great,
much.
thank you. Next.
Okay, just a quick check-in, just to let you know where we're at. Just two
please.
departments left, Finance, IT, GIS. Mr. Curry will present that, and then I will wrap it up with Administrative Services. So
Okay,
we're almost there.
I'm going to give people a chance just for a break because it has been a while.
Of course.
Including me. So you okay with 5-minute break, council? Good. Okay, 5 minutes, and you'll tell me when that is. Thank you. We'll take 5-minute break. Oh, calling the meeting back to order. Thank you. And again, identify yourself for our staff and anybody online.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Ben Crane, the Deputy Director of Financial Services. I'm here today to present the Information Technology and GIS presentation, just on behalf of the IT and GIS department. So I'm just going to jump ahead in the slide and then I'll go back to this one here. I'm just going to land on the introduction slide for human resources for IT. So the IT and JS team consists of 4 staff, a manager, head of JS, and a technical support analyst, and a land record analyst. The manager oversees both teams and is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the district's computer network and critical IT infrastructure. The tech support analyst is responsible for supporting all end users along with maintaining our IT infrastructure. The head of JS oversees the planning, maintenance, and support for the GIS applications. And the GIS land and records analyst is responsible for creating, editing, and maintaining data in our databases, and along with maintaining land property information in Tempest, which is our land management record system. Sorry, I'm just finding my spot here. Both IT and JS play a crucial role in supporting all departments within the district of Sooke. The teams collaborate with all departments to explore and implement new technology and streamline processes with the goal to enhance productivity and service delivery for both the district and the community. IT supports all staff and council with their tech needs, with help desk tickets, emails, walk-ups, phone calls, teams, and messages. They're always available essentially 24/7 for support. They update all computers, service, and network infrastructure with all the latest security patches, which is ongoing and just happens in the background without us noticing or without any downtime. They back up and maintain over 10 terabytes of data. They monitor all IT infrastructure 24/7 and respond to critical alerts. They maintain and manage the Microsoft 365 environment, which includes email, Teams, SharePoint, OneDrive, Office 365 apps, which includes Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and everything else inside the Microsoft 365 environment. They keep the network secure with updates to the wastewater treatment plant system, which is called SCADA. They keep the network safe and up to date. The servers with the desktops, smartphones, laptops, wireless network, and everything, keeping it safe from ongoing daily threats. The GIS team creates and updates, maintains property and civic address information. They import data and from external agencies, including Land Titles Service Authority, BC Assessment, and they import this data into our databases. They create maps and data sets for staff, and they for staff, council, and public external agencies, and they also maintain the external GIS map for the public and community as well. They update and maintain our asset management system, which corresponds, and they work directly with the finance department on the management of our asset register. They provide technology and solutions to staff to better capture information in the field. So how the priorities for the IT department relate back to council's strategic priorities is for ongoing, they leverage technology and foster innovation to enhance organizational efficiency and service delivery. Now they're strengthening records management for transparency, accountability, and ease of access to information, both internally and externally. And then next, they're going to enhance municipal facilities for improved service delivery and community benefit. Some additional service provisions from IT and GS is 100% network uptime. IT issues reserved is 1.5 thousand. Emails received for the organization 257,000. Civic addresses assigned from the GIS is 355. And 900 trees drawn in the GIS system. This is a project that our co-op students been working on, is drawing trees in the map and inventorying our tree database, and 200 plus internal GIS referrals. Some future services for consideration from the IT department. Two from capital. One is an asset management software replacement. So our existing software is called Asset Finder. It's a company from Australia. We don't receive the best support on the greatest days from this software company, and we're kind of at a spot where we may be requesting funds in the near future or looking for a grant fund opportunity to offset the cost of replacing that software. There is a number of asset management grants out there we're utilizing through UBCM currently. We're going to see if that one would be eligible to help us replace the software in the next year or two. Computer equipment replacement. This is just an ongoing capital request that the IT department has, which continues the replacement of our existing computers. So we would do so many a year, and it's ongoing. So each year we would do the fifth year of the oldest, and so on. There's another service for consideration that didn't make the slide, was for operating. It was for just down the road for the consideration of a business analyst. So as we reach, or as we grow and expand the district, we would need a business software analyst one day down the road, just to help with support of software, and also streamline business processes, and support the whole organization for I guess efficiencies in software. That concludes my presentation for IT and GIS. Do you have any questions for the department? I'm going to move to the financial services PowerPoint next.
Councilor Bateman, Councilor Pearson, Councilor McMath. Any comment? St. Pierre.
None from me.
Okay, I think we'll go on. Thank you.
Okay.
And for me, sorry, I had a lag.
Thank you. This next one's a little more in my wheelhouse. So my next presentation is the financial services. The financial services consists of 7 full-time staff, 2 auxiliary staff. It includes the director of finance, the deputy director of finance, accounting technician for accounts payable, an accounting technician for payroll, 3 general support clerks, which are the front reception, 1 auxiliary support clerk, which supports us for vacation coverage. And a number of times we'll move the support clerks around to support other support clerks. So then we backfill that with the auxiliary support clerk. Said that auxiliary support clerk a few times. And we have 1 more staff, which is an auxiliary senior financial advisor. And we brought this person on just when we were having a vacancy in the director position. And she's helped us throughout the year for just sort of the odd project here and there. And we're hoping to utilize her again with the UBCM asset management grant that we are waiting on a decision for. So additional service provisions for financial services. These lists here include things that are from the CAO priority list that has been shared with council before, and also align with the strategic plan. I'll go to that slide next. So operational, we working on the 2025 budget, which fills our days right now. 2025 community grants, which will be coming up soon, very quickly. And then the 2024 financial audit. So we have our interim financial audit at the end of the month for November that we're prepping for. And then we'll be quickly prepping for the 2024 final audit, which happens at the end of March, beginning of April. Financial statements are part of the audit. So once the audit's complete, we do complete the financial statements and bring those forward to council before the end of April. Procurement training is something we're doing ongoing throughout the organization as we look to improve our procurement practices. Climate reporting, the same. We meet the regulations from the province and continue doing so as they keep adding more paperwork to the process. The 2025 property tax rates, this happens once we complete the budget and we bring that forward in spring. Payroll software research is another priority for 2025, which would include us researching options for our payroll software. The financial software enhancements, staff training, and cash flow tracking are other priorities that we will be working on in 2025. Capital these are more one-time things that we'll be working on in the department. Asset management plan and implementation, that's kind of relates to the grant I'd mentioned earlier. Debt financing and searching for grant funding sources. So again, this is ongoing, that we're always looking for additional funding opportunities. Gas tax is another grant reporting. This is legislative reporting that we do on an annual basis that's due usually in June of each year. Policy development, community grant and sponsorship policy. We've been actively doing research and have had a few discussions or meetings about. We have a draft policy in place that we're reviewing with internally so far that we're hoping to bring forward possibly before the end of the year or early in the new year. Permissive tax exemption policy is something that we're going to be starting before the end of this year, which we'll bring forward to council in the new year. Sewer utilities rate bylaw. This is something that we're starting to work on now as well, which will bring forward to council. We'll see some options and ideas in the new year for the new sewer utilities rate bylaw, which would include a new fee structure. Amenity cost contributions policy is another one that we've been directed to work on. Credit card policy update and fees and charges review. The fees and charges review are ongoing, and we'll typically bring forward 1 or 2 changes to the fees and charges bylaw each year. So just more directly relating some of our initiatives back to the strategic plan. This is a lot of what I just said is updating the community grant and sponsorship policy, and just getting to provide you a glimpse at what we're going to bring forward. We're hoping to call this the community investment program, which would be kind of include everything from community grants, sponsorships, to like our climate action grants, to fire smart grants. So we'd have everything all under one policy called the community investment program. Policy gaps and prioritizing policy. So this is again the permissive tax exemption policy, which is due for a review since we're finished with the 5-year term. 2025 will be the last year for all of the current properties that are on the exemption list. So we'll be bringing that policy back for council to give us direction on which way you'd like us to go with updating it. As I mentioned before, the ongoing fees and charges review and updates. For now, we're continuing to watch grants and align with capital priorities, especially as we finish the updated 5-year capital plan, and then hopefully the province releases some new news about some grant funding opportunities soon. And enhancing the asset management planning. So we're continuing to do this, and also we're going to continue to try to leverage the UBCM assessment, the UBCM grant funding for asset management, as we feel that's a good opportunity to leverage these initiatives without having a cost to taxpayers. So just in conclusion, the services for consideration from the finance department. Our first one here is a senior financial accountant. So that we've asked for this, may not have made the cut to come for 2024, but we did ask for it in 2024. We're asking for it again in 2025. When it comes down to it, like we'll get by as we are another year if there's budget limitations. So but it would help us just provide some additional levels of service in the finance department, and also alleviate some burdens on some overloaded desks. Payroll and HR software, as I mentioned earlier, this is an initiative to just upgrade our current payroll timesheet software. And also we don't have an HR software, so this would kind of combine the two together, where we'd have a system where HR would enter new employees hired and also maintain information for employees that correlated with payroll. So right now is the HR has their own lists in Excel, and we have our payroll software, and the two aren't connected. Microsoft Dynamics, this is the Great Plains. It's an accounting software that we use, and it's I think it's slotted to Microsoft announced that they're going to no longer support the software. I think it's 2028 or 2029. So we have a few years to go before they pull the support for it. And so in the next year or two, we're going to have to look at options at upgrading or moving over to Dynamics 365. So very similar to Microsoft moving to Office 365. The same thing's happening with Microsoft Dynamics, where we'll be forced to move over and change systems, which will have a financial impact in the year, probably approximately $50,000 when we do so. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Pearson, any questions?
Zero.
Thanks.
Councillor Bateman. Wow. Councillor McMath, any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Councillor St. Pierre, same thing to you. I'm waiting for the delay, but I think that's a no. Okay, all right, to Councillor Bateman, not to disappoint, as a question.
You gotta ask one question after all of that. Community
Not
investment.
gonna work.
That will be, you're looking at all the line items, service agreements, permissive tax exemptions. Is that all under that one package?
Yes, everything but the permissive. Permissive will stay separate because it has its own guiding policy, but everything else we want to bring under one strong policy.
Get us in line. Because we keep sending out line items your way.
That's right.
Okay, where does that leave us? All right. Our CAO.
Thank you. I'm Rachel Gray, the Chief Administrative Officer. So I'm just wrapping up today with the presentation on the Administrative Services Department. So while everything in the strategic plan, it kind of falls under my umbrella to make sure is happening and actioning and all that fun stuff. The one that lies directly with me as my core, one of my main responsibilities would be the organizational development and capacity building. And, you know, again, thanking council and the community for their support on having this as a priority because it is very important. As you see from today, there's a lot going on and the organizational development and capacity building is a huge part of ensuring we can maintain the level of service that's being expected. And so that entails from collaboration with the Sooke Nation to participating in community service networks, to identifying policy gaps and prioritizing policy and bylaw review programs. Every priority area and subsequent action immediately influences the work of administrative services. However, I'm going to hone in on the organizational development and capacity building in particular as we look to the systems and organizational infrastructure for service delivery. So under the Administrative Services Department, outside of the directors for each department that directly report to the CAO, we have 3 staff within the Administrative Services. Myself, the Chief Administrative Officer, Catherine Holder, the Manager of Human Resources, and Christina Moog. Oh my gosh. One day I'll say it right. I'm sorry. Miss Christina, our amazing manager of communications and community relations, who offer umbrella services both internally and externally for the organization. The 4th position, as was mentioned earlier, being added to the team this year is an executive officer coordinator. This position, just as a reminder, will provide assistance to the mayor, the CAO, and the manager of HR on various functions. And the hope of this is, at least as you'll see, as you've heard today, and we'll see as through this budget presentation, staffing pressures is a huge need. And so we're constantly trying to redistribute duties and reprioritize and do more with less as where we can. So the idea being behind that, the time that frees up from the corporate services assistants can be redeployed at least temporarily for 2025 to help support the manager of communications and the community economic development officer to at least until we get a bit more time to get a pulse on future needs for those departments. But at least that will provide, we know there's a need, whether it's full-time yet, we don't know if it's part-time. So at least this is the short-term plan for those departments. My role as CAO involves overseeing all the district business and reporting directly to the council as their sole employee. District staff then report through the service areas to myself. Our human resource manager provides a foundation of effective HR policy advice and programs designed to build a more trusted, talented, and modern organization. The communications and community relations provides directions on internal and external communication infrastructure, anchored in citizen voices and community perspective. They also lead community engagement and media relations. And because I'm still a numbers geek at heart, here's some stats for us. Our organization has it has 75 staff. Of those, 26 positions or 36% have been filled this year. And just to clarify, these are not net new, brand new positions that have been created. We had a significant volume of vacancies. Yes, council supported new positions every year, but it's not 26 net new staff that have been added over the last couple of years. We had quite a volume of vacancies for various different reasons that have been thankfully being filled throughout this year. And so as you'll see, what that means is we're going through a transition period. Onboarding that many staff, as well as improving our processes, just is taking some time. And I hope, and I've been hearing from some of the feedback, that the community is starting to see that change happen and is welcoming and receptive to the additional resources that I have. And we're every day kind of increasing the level of service we're providing to the community. I feel confident that in stabilizing this, and as you're hearing today, we have a team committed to support Sooke in the service to the residents and businesses of today and into the future. Just touching a bit on the HR. To successfully recruit talent, we're aiming for a 5-week recruitment cycle, which includes 2 weeks to post, 1 week for screening, and 1 to 2 for a hiring process. This expedited and reliable process is helping us secure desired talent quickly and ensure we have the staffing in place to answer the phone, process permits, respond to calls for service, and so much more. Beyond hiring and workforce planning, there's legislated and contractual obligations with the human resource side. And just want to highlight that some of these include monthly meetings for the Occupational Health and Safety Committee. So those are municipal meetings, as well as fire has the same level of meetings involved in there. And then there's monthly labor management meetings for the QP Union and IAFF. Within the communication and community relations, we issue approximately 200 press releases or public notices a year. And many of these, as intended, will solicit media inquiries, which range from 0 to 5 to sometimes even 10 per item, depending on what it is. And within the community engagement, our engagement is predominantly anchored in our annual budget survey, which reached 1,100 people this year, which is amazing from where we started to where we are now. It's really exciting to see. I appreciate, as hearing from the public, there's always room for improvement, and we work on that every year. But we're trying to, give people options in a variety of ways to have their voices heard. And some people maybe don't like the dot matrix style, but that's why we do surveys and other forms of engagement throughout the year as well, to make sure your feedback's heard. And at any time, people can always write into info@Sooke or into council, myself, with your questions or comments and concerns, and we do our best to get back to them in a timely manner. Looking ahead to 2025, OCP engagement and the midpoint reviews for the Transportation Master Plan, thinking Councillor St. Pierre and acronyms, and the Parks and Trails Master Plan are both on the horizon. With potential master planning for John Phillips Memorial Park, as discussed previously, may be a priority engagement item for next year as well. As a team this year, the three of us have replied to well over 30,000 emails. As you saw, that other stat, 256 came in. Well, at least 30,000 came through my inbox. So it's a lot. This highlights the volume of correspondence received and informs key service deliverables anchored in the strategic area of focus, being organizational development and capacity building. And further, the administrative budget includes 14, this is where council is seen in this, the council's budget, which is mostly service agreements and line items and things, is kind of captured into this as well. So this includes 14 service agreements, which require care, attention, ranging from quarterly to monthly, and in some cases, weekly actions, depending on the time of year and agency. And this is another area where I'm not sure if Ms. Scott highlighted this as well. This is an area where she also supports the finance department in working with these service agreement contracted agencies to help us get their reporting filed and the change management process that we've gone through with that. And almost here, second to last slide. For the within the organizational development and capacity building, we have more specific strategic priority in leveraging technology to enhance capacity and efficiency. This will be a key service focus in 2025, along with organizational workforce planning. As you've heard, we're the stats we have right now, if the positions I've been asked to support are 14. That's a lot, even if we pretended like we had a space to sit all those 14 people, which we don't. It's a lot. It's a lot of dollars. It's a lot of commitment. It's a lot of resources to even get that many people up to speed and in training cycles. So it's going to be the long-term organizational workforce planning is a huge priority for me in 2025, because similar to what we've done with RCMP and fire with 24/7 coverage conversations, I need to sure council and the community understands like where we're at now, what we can do with that. And if, you know, the community or council wants more, what that's going to look like. And even just to maintain the status quo with the growth we know is coming, to give council and everyone a heads up and an idea of where we see future staffing pressures coming to. And so, sorry, flipping back to the contractor support for website redevelopment and enhanced functionality piece. So this is just, that's one major piece of it. And then across the board, as other departments have mentioned, we're looking at software wherever possible to help streamline processes, make things more user-friendly. I'm really looking forward to the My City module of the Tempest final piece of the DAPR Development Approvals Process Review, I believe. Program to get implemented early into the, hopefully early in the new year here, because that will be another portal that developers and community members can access to gather information. So there's a lot going on there. And then the other piece, of course, would be AI technology, as what that looks like, how the district can use it, and ensure if we are going to be using it, that it's used in a responsible and effective manner here. And just to touch again on the community investment program. So that's specific to council's budget. And another area of focus is this program. So this program will look to bring service agreements, grants, sponsorships under one umbrella to more effectively monitor, track, and measure progress and support effective administration. Currently, the efforts in this area are dispersed throughout the organization, leading to inefficient use of resources. And more details will be presented to council in January. And I just want to highlight, like, I think I'm sitting at right now at least 8 new service agreement requests on top of all the ones we currently have. So it's a great problem to have, that we have a lot of community wanting support from the district in one capacity or another. But I believe that now is the time to do a check-in with council and to make you understand where we're at now, where this is going. And this model of one at a time is not quite sustainable for how we're growing as a municipality here. It's maybe time, like we're trying to do with lots of things as we're growing up, is just pause for half a second and just check in with council and confirm and take direction from council on how this program is going to work going forward, so we can provide that clarity to the community and these service providers who are providing an amazing service. I'm not saying any of these aren't needed. It's just, what's the district's role in funding some of these services, and make sure that council, we're supporting the initiatives council is supportive of. Again, just a couple more sentences here, touching on the long-term organizational workforce planning. It's going to support future forecasting and updates in the 5-year financial plan. Staffing costs are a major part of our budget, and council has heard recently this impacts impacting and ensuring we have stable resourcing is paramount to effective service delivery. So that is a big priority for us. Our long-term workforce planning will not only attract and recruit talent, it also focuses on professional and career development through a learning framework, and cultivates a workplace culture with a connection deeply rooted in our purpose of public service. Again, we are obviously looking eventually to recruit and retain and more staff, but retaining the current staff is a major focus for us. It's been a lot of work to get to this stage of being, knock on wood, almost fully staffed here. And, you know, my goal is to stay as fully staffed as we can for as long as we can, and ensure those staff through, as our manager of HR stated earlier at previous reports, the stay interviews and things like that. So those will be a priority for us going forward and ongoing here. And in short, with council's clear direction through the strategic plan, we can focus our work and resources appropriately to best meet the objectives and realize our collective community goals. On that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. And that is the end of the service level presentations for today. Thank you. I know it was a long day.
I'll go to Councillor McMath. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you all so much.
And Councillor St. Pierre?
None for me, and thank you again.
Councillor Bateman?
No. Thank you.
Last but not least, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you for the day. It's always good to hear what everyone's doing. Remarkable work getting done all the time, and it's nice to be part of that discussion. So lots to think about going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The only thing, I'll just make a comment. I've seen a noticeable change in the last number of months. With the ability when we're fully staffed. Things are seen to me, from my point of view, flowing much better than we've had in the past when we have no building inspectors. So things are certainly improving. Okay, I'm now going to thank you very much for that presentation and the whole presentation.
Thank you.
And now I have to go to the public. But I just want to caution, just before you start, I want to make it clear that this is a service level overview presentation. So I would like you to limit your comments or questions to the overview. When it comes to the actual budget and the positions that are asked for, and we deal with that, is another opportunity for you to discuss those things. But right now, it's just to this question. So I will look forward to comments. So.
Thank you. And just before I leave, now that I'm at the big mic here, just want to say a huge thank you to all the staff, especially Mr. Curry, who did a lot of heavy lifting to get us to the stage, and obviously Miss Christina, and all the exempt staff really went above and beyond to pull this together. And as we know, this is the first of many conversations about budget. So
I noticed Mr. Curry has a few more gray hairs too, and I don't know whether that's because of it, but anyway, yeah, I concur.
But
your
yes, just
staff's
thank
done
you.
a great job. Thank you very much. Okay, once again, state your name and, please keep it to the overview.
Sorry. Veronica Pemberton. I live in Sooke. I know I'm not supposed to address the staff, so I'll do it out of the corner of my eye.
That's fine.
Fabulous job.
Okay.
Really fabulous job, in depth. And the commitment that at work is so pervasive. It's really inspiring. And to the council also, thank you. It's a long meeting. I have tried to limit everything. I'll try and be very brief to 5 specific areas. All these things came up as I was hearing, so I think it responds to your request, your worship, that it's consistent with it. But anyway, you'll let me know if you don't think there's a connection. This was so the first one is respect to the fire marshal's report, which was very good, very comprehensive. I just wanted to say, though, is that we do know that the International Panel on Climate Change has not cited increasing fires as part of the consequences of climate change. That is a misinformation perpetrated by our governments. It is not connected to climate change. It's connected to bad forest management. And we also know here in British Columbia and around the world that a lot of it is human caused. Not all of it, some's lightning. Human caused either by accident or intention. So my question is with respect to the Old Man fire. My understanding is that that was human caused. And I wanted to know what the council is doing. First of all, if that's being pursued either and charges pressed, does Sooke do this or does it hand it over to the government? Because that was either negligence or intent or arson. So we do know it was human caused. And I wanted to know what the council, and I don't know if this is a responsibility of the fire marshal, but it's doing to pursue that so that we can, we need to discourage this kind of activity. We need to discourage, excuse me, I misspoke, the negligence or the intention. It's either one of those two. We need to act to discourage it. And I wanted to know what council is doing to press the provincial government for greater degrees of forest management, because that's the way we're going to limit forest fires. So that's one question. Do I pause here or just quickly go through my other ones?
Well, you're running out of time, but I will ask, you want to give her another 2
Okay.
minutes? Okay.
So just
okay,
take it
fine.
under advisement.
You have another 2 minutes. Go
Take it
ahead.
under advisement. The other thing I would want to say is that I think during our surveys for budget, we need to make a distinction between who's a homeowner and who's a resident that is a non-homeowner, because I've rented for 50 years of my life. I've only owned a house for 2 years. When I was a renter, I'm like, hallelujah, I want this, I want that, I want that, especially in a rent controlled environment, which BC is. So they're not the people paying. And it doesn't matter how much commitment, you're not paying. So we need to know what the taxpayers want, because they're the ones that are going to be foot with the bill. So I would like that distinction made on all budget surveys about, are you a school child? Are you a high school person? Who are you making these requests? That's that one. The next thing I would say is about staffing and efficiencies. I'm very pleased with the staff. It's wonderful. In another life, I was a management consultant working for the top companies across North America in the Fortune 500, some with employees up to 20,000, dealing in strategic planning and structures for fulfillment for accomplishing those things. There are always staff inefficiencies. There are always staff inefficiencies, no matter how hard the staff is working. And I don't mean staff inefficiencies, I mean organizational inefficiencies. And so I really want to request of council that there is a freeze on hiring and there's a direct look at how we can all be more efficient. Maybe it's in the request council makes of staff. Maybe council makes fewer requests. So I would say that.
Ms. Pemberton, we've run you through twice in your time allotted.
Okay, I just have one more. Can I just say the last question?
No, stop, please. I'm speaking.
Corrected.
You had your opportunity. Fortunately, we will be going at this again. And you will have an opportunity to speak again when it comes down to the nitty gritty of positions asked for and those sort of things. So thank you for taking the notes, but your time is done here today.
All right.
And I appreciate your input. We will take what you say under advisement. I'm sure staff heard you and made some notes. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
There is a limit and that's it. So thank you. Is there anybody else? I see Ms. Lewis coming forward, so. Yeah, I know, I understand. Okay.
Okay, I have a question with, has the province been contacted with the increased costs for resource costs, medical and alcohol and drug-related calls for policing and fire calls? Because I think we talked about that initially.
Yeah, we're in discussion with them.
You are in discussion?
Yeah.
UBCM, any progress?
They're well aware of it. Unfortunately, I'm still waiting to see some wheelbarrows full of money to help us. But they are aware.
But so council's lobbying for that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Right. And of course, the homelessness, of course, is an issue. I did want to ask the police in regard to the homeless or to the calls as well. Are they calls on homeless people mostly? Because I don't believe homeless, just because somebody's homeless, that they're criminals. But
no, I think
yeah,
there is something there. They get calls to the park and they're not necessarily all homeless, but it has increased, but it's part of their duties. So
it's part of the drug and alcohol.
Well, yeah, it's a problem everywhere, and it's not
Right.
Some of them aren't necessarily homeless, and but the drugs and overdose is a terrible problem, and
Right.
they're doing their best to address it.
Right. And is a municipality also lobbying for a better, what do you call it?
The answer is yes.
Well, better. I mean, for people who are being to have people incarcerated instead of letting them back out.
Yeah, we've talked about that as well, where the revolving door syndrome.
Right.
And it's a bigger issue. It's to deal with the province and the feds. And they're very much aware of our concern, and our police force is very much aware that they put somebody in jail or have them, and then next day they're out and they go back to the same activity they were. It's frustrating, but that is sort of, we can only lobby against that. That's provincial and a federal responsibility.
Right, with the UBCM.
We let them know we're unhappy with that.
So does that happen with the UBCM and the FCM?
Yes.
Does that happen? Do you lobby at
Yes,
those? And those?
absolutely we do.
Is there a lobby from all the municipalities for that?
You bet you were.
Because if you were
We're
there
not
in
alone.
one
We're not
accord,
alone.
yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, hearing there's nobody else left. Anyways, then I will call any new business. Yay.
We have the recommendations in front of council.
Oh, sure, yeah, okay. All right, so the staff recommendation is that committee of the whole recommend that council receive the service level overview report presentation for information, that the committee of the whole recommend council direct staff to bring forward considerations and discuss at the November 18th, 2024 meeting during the budget 2025 deliberations. So moved, Counselor Bateman, seconded by Counselor Pearson. Oh, no second required. That's all right. It gets me every time. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Yay, I'm sorry, Counselor McMath and Counselor St. Pierre.
In favor.
Hey, thank you. McMath, I'd like to hear your voice. Go ahead.
I have my digital hand up in favor.
Very good, thank you. Okay, now any new business? Hearing none, I'll have a motion to adjourn. Counselor Pearson. That's it. We're done. Vote, all in favor? One,
Yeah.
two. We got quorum. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's been a long, long day. A lot of great information, and thank you for the public for their comments. Okay, bye-bye. Oh, not what I anticipated. I thought